Good day, everyone. Welcome to PDI 2022. The Early Childhood Commission is beyond excited that you have decided to be a part of our learning journey. With this in mind, we have meticulously designed a program that will continue to feature best practices, instructional strategies that are centered on our children's learning outcomes and development, especially at a time such as this. We therefore implore you to make the most of this opportunity by delving in the variety of sessions, conversations, and activities being offered by our distinguished experts in the field. We encourage you to journal your experiences and implement these research-based strategies that will help our children reach their full potential. Additionally, we'd love to hear from you to find out how we can improve. So please remember, complete our evaluation forms. Finally, we'd like to extend our gratitude to all our sponsors, especially JD Tan and Chase, for their continued support. And a big thank you to all who have supported the Early Childhood Commission in our efforts to provide quality early childhood care and education for our precious children. Please embrace this learning experience and do enjoy this year's PDI.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The first 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first, and not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Please stand for the national anthem.
Good day, everyone. Welcome to PDI 2022. The Early Childhood Commission is beyond excited that you have decided to be a part of our learning journey. With this in mind, we have meticulously designed a program that will continue to feature best practices, instructional strategies that are centered.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Early Childhood Commission's Professional Development Institute 2022. It is my privilege to take you through our third staging of this awesome event, where we will be providing you with a wealth of information from interactive sessions and experienced presenters and facilitators. I am Karen Francis, your moderator for Track 1 Parenting. Our theme, Innovation in Early Childhood Development, from Vision to Action, will bring insights that will transform our way of knowing and doing through power-packed workshops and discussion. And guess what? You will be allowed to participate in these sessions by sharing your views with us. So you can always let us know your concerns and issues by placing those in the chat. Now, we will start each day with a plenary session, deliberating the perspectives of several experts, and then we will transition into our workshops. Now, to start today, we have a plenary session on a very provocative topic. Children have rights. Parents have rights too. The objective of this session states children must be seen and not heard is a thing of the past. Participants will discuss how to engage children in the decision-making process while still maintaining the right as a parent to facilitate the overall decision of the child. Now, let's meet our panel for today. I have with me Ms. Stacy Todd. Ms. Todd is the Region 4 Community Relations Officer with the Early Childhood Commission, where she coordinates parenting and community activities. These activities are aimed at bridging the gap between ECIs, communities, and parents to better support our children. She's an advocate for both parents and children, and through collaborative activities has implemented, monitored, and evaluated training and intervention programs to determine best practices. Ms. Todd is a trained guidance counselor and a motivational speaker and has been in the education system for the past 16 years. Next, we have Ms. Keon Gooden-Smith. Mrs. Gooden-Smith is the principal of Spot Valley Basic in St. James, where she enriches the lives of over 51 children. Her mission is to provide children with a firm foundation to propel them through life. Keon is a trained educator specializing in early childhood education and has been in the education system for over 5 years. She is a wife and mother of 2 beautiful children. Another of our panelists is Mrs. Caroline Stewart. Ms. Stewart has been employed with the Child Protection and Family Services Agency since 2015. She currently serves as the Regional Director for the Northeast region. Prior to her appointment with the CPFSA, Mrs. Stewart spent 10 years working as an educator with the Ministry of Education. She is a proud mother of 2 handsome sons and an adorable daughter. Mrs. Stewart is an esteemed Shortwoodite. She obtained a diploma in primary education with a focus on advanced reading at this institution. She continued her education at the University of the West Indies, obtaining a Bachelor's of Education with first class honors, majoring in managing learning difficulties. She also holds a master's degree in educational psychology. Mrs. Stewart would have pursued postgraduate diploma at the Management Institute for National Development in Public Sector Senior Management. She has training in a wealth of areas such as supervisory management, leadership, play therapy, media, and communication. She is driven by her genuine love for people, but is specifically drawn to youths. She's an advocate for social welfare and holistic growth and development. Next, we have Miss Ruth Lawrence. Ruth is a Christian, international life speaker and author from Kingston, Jamaica, who has garnered over 15 years of experience in youth and program development. With a mission to transform the lives of people, especially youths, she has curated a myriad of initiatives designed to expose and empower thousands of students and youths in the areas of student governance and leadership, advocacy, industrial preparedness, self-management, and business development, to name a few. Her unwavering contributions to nation building has resulted in her being a recipient of several private and public sectors awards, including the Prime Minister Youth Award for Excellence. Ruth has a postgraduate certificate from the Entrepreneurship Development Institute in India, and she holds a Bachelor's of Science degree in Management Studies from the University of the West Indies, Mona. She's also a certified trainer of trainers with CARICOM and a JMMB Conversation for Greatness and a Get Safe International Ambassador for Jamaica. Her effervescence, passion, track record of excellence, and love for life and people sets her apart, as anyone who engages with her often is challenged, enlightened, and encouraged to make power moves. Our favorite Bible scripture is, trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not to thine own understanding, but in all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path. Now that I've introduced you to our panel, let's meet our panel facilitator. Our panel facilitator for this morning is Professor Aldri Henry Lee. Professor Henry Lee is the first female university director of the Sir Arthur Lewis Institute of Social and Economic Studies. She is a sociologist who has researched and published extensively on social policy issues affecting small island developing states. Since joining the university in 1995, Professor Henry Lee has researched and published on public policy, poverty, gender, human rights, and childhood. She has conducted research for several notable agencies, and these would include the Canadian International Development Agency, the Department for International Development, the Caribbean Development Bank, Pan American Health Organization, and also UNICEF. She has been involved in teaching in social policy both at the graduate and undergraduate levels, and she would have curated courses such as deviance, conflict and social management, social inequality, inequity and marginalization, and social investment in children. For the past 16 years, Professor Henry Lee helped organize the Regional Caribbean Child Research Conference, which facilitates equal voice to adult and child researchers. In 2015, the conference produced a policy document with recommendations for the then Prime Minister of Jamaica. Much of Professor Henry Lee's research has influenced the public policy process, and she has served on several committees and boards, including the advisory board of the Child Development Agency, CPFSA. Professor Henry Lee is the recipient of several awards, which you can view in more details on our conference booklet. In recognition, however, of her outstanding work in 2020, Professor Henry Lee was awarded a Vice Chancellor's Award for all-round excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important that we understand that there are laws set out for parents to know that children are persons. As persons, they have rights, and these act as guides in setting boundaries for individuals to be aware of the care and well-being that they need. Parents, on the other hand, consider themselves the sole decision makers and head of the household and tend to rule with a my way or the highway stance. It is important to know that when children are included in the decision-making process, it gives the child a sense of responsibility and strengthens the parent-child relationship. This panel will allow the panelists to reflect and share ways in which parents have rights and what they think are the rights of the child. I now turn over to you, Professor Henry Lee.
Well, good morning. Thank you, Ms. Francis, for the long introduction, but thank you very much for your kind words. I am very pleased to be part of this esteemed panel. I will just start by just reminding us of some of the articles of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. As many of us may know, in 1989, the United Nations adopted what we know as the Convention on the Rights of the Child. And I just want to remind us of some of the articles before I turn to the panelists and ask them to give their views on children's rights and parents' rights. How do we balance those two sets of rights? So in Article 2 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, we are reminded, and it says, I want to read the article very slowly, state parties shall respect and ensure that the rights set forth in the present convention to each child within their jurisdiction without discrimination of any kind, irrespective of the child's or his or parents or legal guardians' race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national, ethnic or social origin, property, disability, birth or other status. So ladies and gentlemen, online, children, all children everywhere have rights, every single one of them, no matter where they come from, whether they're KMA, from KMA, other towns, rural, every single one of our children in our nation, they have rights, okay? And the CRC mandates that we provide an opportunity for them to express themselves. And in Article 12, so when we talk about child participation, it means that we want to ensure that each child is given an opportunity to speak freely, to express themselves. And so we want to read that article. Just to give you the context, we're going to spend a little time on the article and then I'll turn to the panelists. So Article 12 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child says that state parties shall ensure to the child who is capable of forming his or her own views the right to express those views freely in all matters affecting the child, the views of the child being given due weight in accordance with the age and maturity of the child. So what does that mean, ladies and gentlemen? It means that every child, no matter what age, as early as 3, we should allow them to express themselves. All children should be allowed to express themselves, but of course we can discuss later how well can they express themselves without relevant information. So when it comes to policy and we want them to help us develop a policy, we will need to give them the right data, the relevant data in order to make an informed opinion. So do parents have rights? Well, Article 5 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child says, state parties shall respect the responsibilities, the rights, and the duties of parents, or where applicable, the members of the extended family or community as provided for by local custom, legal guardians, or other persons legally responsible for the child, to provide in a manner consistent with the evolution capacities of the child, appropriate direction and guidance in the exercise by the child of rights recognized in the present convention. So parents have a responsibility to guide, to give direction, and they too have rights. So the other article, the last article I want to remind us of is Article 3. In everything that we do, we must remember that we have to act in accordance with the best interest of the child. So Article 3 says, in all actions concerning children, whether undertaken by public or private social welfare institutions, courts of law, administrative authorities, or legislative bodies, the best interest of the child shall be of primary consideration. Yes, I was muted. Sorry, I don't know why somebody muted me. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. So in the best interest of the child, how do we balance the rights of children and parents and ensure at the end of the day that we uphold the best interest of the child? We have an exciting morning ahead of us, an exciting session. I have other things to say, but I'll keep quiet right now. And I will ask, let me see, who will I start with? Miss Ruth Lawrence to tell us her views on the issue of balancing rights, parents' rights and children's rights. How do we do that, Miss Lawrence? Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lee. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Thanks.
Okay, awesome. All right. So firstly, let me thank you for the opportunity to share this morning. When I got the invitation, I was pretty excited because when I am afforded the opportunity to speak about child participation, it excites me. Reason being, as the student governance coordinator here within the youth division, this is something that we live by in terms of ensuring that our young people at every level, that they are afforded the platform to participate and to serve. No, I want to start off by saying that you would have alluded earlier, Dr. Lee, about the importance of the rights that, parents have as well as children. But I equally want to posit today about the responsibility that we ought to ensure that our children understand that they have. I think many times we spend a lot of time telling them, you have the right for this, you have the right for that. And can I tell you, they tend to toot that a lot. But I think in this kind of discussion, we definitely want to stress the importance of the responsibility aspect of things. How do you fit within this mode? What are the expectations of you? With this right, definitely will come such responsibility. Now, I want for us to understand today that when we talk about rearing and raising children, we are building a nation. And I think sometimes we lose sight of the fact that we are building not just a future generation, but we are building a current generation. And therefore, there needs to be that level of intentionality in terms of how we guide, in terms of how we provide opportunities for our young people, for our children to share their concerns, to share what it is that affect them, to share possible solutions. Many a times as parents, I'm not a parent yet, but I've seen it from the observing part of things, but I've seen where we all want the best for our children, but many times they're not included in what is really best for them. And sometimes it might come off as them being very rebellious because they believe that decisions are being made for them and they're not included. So I believe now in this kind of context, we need to sort of balance how inclusion of our children in the process, in the decision-making process. Second thing I want to also say that we probably need to look at is how well we facilitate our children's ability to assert themselves in the world. I believe that when children are given the opportunity to share that, listen, they have a voice and their voices matter, they tend to be they have a better understanding in terms of what is expected of them, right? The third thing I want to look at too is looking at the telling versus the showing. We tend to tell our children a lot of things. Don't do this, don't do that, don't go up there, don't go around there. But guess what? We don't show them. We don't lead by example. And I think we definitely need to level the playing field as it relates to the telling versus the showing. And with those rights, I believe that we need to balance the playing field in terms of ensuring that our young people understand, our children understand that they are valuable assets. If they don't get that understanding at the early childhood level, at the home level, we're gonna be in trouble. And we've seen where that manifestation now in our society, where children who don't believe that they're being heard, that they're being taken care of, have now gone on to another side of becoming rebellious and becoming nuances in our society. And we don't want that. So those are my opening thoughts for this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Lots to think about. Responsibility, setting the stage for children to express themselves. Children are valuable assets. And I like that one in particular, because we really have to ring that into everybody's ears, that children are the most valuable assets that we have in the nation. And we have to lead by example. I think sometimes we forget that we have to lead by example and stop saying, don't do this. In fact, show them so that they can copy what we do. So I'm going to now ask Mrs. Carlin Stewart, Regional Director, Child Protection and Family Services Agency, Northeast Region, to tell me her thoughts on the matter.
Hi, good morning. Morning, everybody. It is my absolute privilege to join this conversation. I, too, Ruth, get excited when it's time to talk about children and how they are able to participate and, what their rights are. But I just wanted to start off by saying, our children, and when we do presentations for them, they like us to preach their rights to them. And they walk away knowing fully well everything that Carolyn Stewart said about you mustn't this and you mustn't that, and I have a right to this and so on. And that conversation is important. But I think this morning, I join you to say we have to talk about the balance, and we have to understand how do we find a middle ground. And yes, the rights are important. That's a conversation that we don't even need to have because it is a fact. But the balance is what is important. And how do we find that middle ground? And I want to put on the table very early this morning that that can only come through relationship. And if you don't build a relationship with your child, everything is going to fall apart, right? And I also want to say that relationship does not happen at 15 and 16 years old when the child is grown and we are ready to hear all the juicy details about what's going on. Relationship begins from day one. And I'm very excited about the Early Child Commission having this kind of conversation because it means that we are thinking along the right path to start having these conversations. Now, these conversations might start when the little things that a 3-year-old have to say to you makes no sense to you, but it makes all the sense to them. And that is how you build trust. When you pause to listen, to hear their concerns, because let me tell you, these little babies have so many opinions. And I don't know if any of them have ever paused to ask you to listen to something and to ask you, what do you think about that? And they look at you with such innocence, wanting feedback from you, right? And this is when the relationship starts. You know, Dr. Lee spoke about the best interest. And though no manual comes with a baby, but the best interest principle is something that you can use to guide as you move through parenting your child. Every decision that you take has to be in that child's best interest. When we talk about rights, we know that everybody focuses a lot on the basic rights and the food and and that's important and that's necessary and we can't do without that. But there are so many other things that our children need. The right to be heard, the right to feel valued, like they have a place in this space called Earth, is very important. And I believe that that message that we send to our children begins with us as parents, when they understand that I'm listening to you and it makes sense what you're saying, and I'm here to guide and coach. But then when we think about our parents, and I am a parent, and we get tied up in everything that we are supposed to give to our children, and people preach to parents all the time, and sometimes they feel a little like, okay, so my children have rights, but what about me? Do our parents have rights to anything at all except providing for our children? And I want to say that, yes, you know, our parents have a right to have high expectations from their children, right? But the key to that, and I think the trick to that is that we need to communicate those expectations. And so that is why I will always debate about relationship. It is me expressing to you what my expectations are, not a threat. Not to say, I'm giving you all my money and you make sure, no. But to say, you know, I really expect good things from you. And I know that you are going to do well. And I trust, and you walk alongside with them through the highs and the lows, because there are no guarantees. But I just wanted to just start the conversation by saying, let's build relationships with our children. And then when that relationship is in place, everything else builds on that foundation. Those are my opening remarks this morning.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. We have so much there. I mean, it's a wealth of information, balancing, building relationships, communication, building trust, because you have to build trust by listening, and listening not to interrupt, you know, listen. You must really listen. And I like that. The best interest of the child must always govern what we do as parents. And just as they have basic needs, they also have what we call qualitative needs, which is that we must give them quality time. We must listen to them. We must hear what they have to say. And parents have rights, but we again have to seek that balance and that middle road. Excellent. This conversation is very exciting. For those of you online, please remember you can put your comments in the chat. We would love to hear from you, and we want to know if you agree with us, if you disagree with us. We don't have a problem if you disagree. Just come online and tell us why you disagree. Okay. So Ms. Stacey Todd, over to you, Communications Relations Officer, Early Childhood Commission. And we'll always end with the parent. But I want to hear what Early Childhood Commission has to say. And ladies and gentlemen, please join the conversation. This is a very important topic. Over to you, Ms. Dodd.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lee. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Listen, I work with the Early Childhood Commission. So you know when you talk about children, you've just called me right there, you know, and it is such a joy to actually see children in their own environment. It is a beautiful thing, you know, and this topic is so fitting, being that it is Child's Month, and the theme for Child's Month is actually Children Voices Matter. You know, and it goes to show that, yes, children do have rights. You know, many times as parents, we really don't think about it, or we understand the weight of that, because in Jamaican society, as was indicated earlier, it is said that, listen, you're under my roof, you're not doing anything in life. All you need to do is just eat, sleep, and go to school, you know, and do whatever it is that I say. But when you actually give the child the voice to actually bear their opinions, it is so important, because you can imagine the amount of things that are going through their minds. You have to build the relationship, as Ms. Stewart would have said, from tender age. You can't wait until they're teenagers. So the early childhood years is the most critical part to parenting. And especially with us as the community relations officer, one of the aspects of our job is parenting, and we have to ensure that they are getting it right from the start, right? We're not waiting until they're in high school or they're in university and that's the time that you're going to come in. It starts from now. The participation starts from now. You see the little sports day that you go to and you cheer them on, that little running that they're doing. It is such a wonderful thing, you know, just to see mommy there or daddy there, that you are there with me. I have that support. I have that trust. I have that backing. It is so important just to know that mommy is coming to pick me up or daddy is coming to pick me up from school later. Just to know those little things. That is where it actually starts from. Right? It's not when they're big and you can talk to them, because if they're not able to talk to you when they are little, when they are 2, when they are 5, they're not going to come and talk to you when they're 13 or 15 or 18, right? So you have to start it from now. Yes, as a parent, it is very difficult, because trust me, with life, things do get out of control at times, but we have to strike the balance. So proper child-parent communication is key. I always, when my child was a bit younger, and if you want to hear a never-ending story, just ask, how was your day from school? And when he starts and you hear he says, you know, I went to school, and then you hear that, and then you know that it's not going to end, because they're going to have, I went to school and I sat in the chair and then I ate something, and it keeps on continuing. But I like it, because it shows that you have that communication that is going. He is free to talk to your child, is open. They're able to tell you anything that is happening. They feel that you are their safe haven. And once you give the child that space, then that is where you foster it from. Also, you educate the child about their rights. So sometimes we have these children don't really know exactly that they have rights. And as parents, it is one of our jobs to inform them about the rights that they have and foster the voice of a child. A lot of times we say, listen, you're too argumentative, or you talk too much, or I can't deal with you, or you have an opinion on everything. Yes, allow them to foster their voice. Allow them to speak about what it is that they are going through and happening, and then you are able to curve it and manage it as they go along in life. So that is my 2 cents to start off today.
Certainly not 2 cents. Don't say that. It's high currency, very important. Children's voices matter. And thanks for reminding us of that. You know, in Child Month is very important. We are in Child Month, and I celebrate the Early Childhood Commission for having thought of having this important conversation. The next few days are looking very exciting. We started yesterday. And building relationships, not when they are teenagers, from the early childhood period, is so important. So yes, thanks for reminding us of that time when we build the foundation. Everything is very, if you read the research, they tell you that the investment at the early childhood period is so important. We get so many returns from that investment. And I just want to remind all of us online that the 0 to 8 years, very important period. We need to support them. Even going to sports day, as Ms. Todd says, and they come last, you still embrace them. And I now cheer them on, because that's all part of being a parent. And educate them about their rights, and do not turn them away when they want to tell us of what is happening to them. We might be tired, but listen, give them a little chance to tell us what is happening. Very good. I'm very pleased. And remember, you can put your comments if you agree with us, if you disagree with us, if you have something different that we haven't spoken about, please put your comments in the chat. So now we are going to turn to the expert, who is going to tell us how to balance children's rights with parents' rights. So we turn to our parent, Mrs. Kayan Gooden-Smith. Over to you. Tell us how you balance children's rights with parents' rights. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're hearing me clearly. I was called on last minute, and so I am at work. Awesome. No, as a parent, I should say that I'm very elated to be able to join this program. I hope to learn a lot, as well as to share whatever 2 cents I have to add to the program. And as a parent, I think I am balanced in the sense where I am not just a parent, but I'm also an educator. So I can share from both viewpoints. And so gone are the days when, as parents, you would say children should be heard and not be seen, or should be seen rather and not be heard. And I love how we have evolved. I really should commend the Early Childhood Commission for the initiative they have taken to evolve this program, because we have evolved not only as early childhood educators, but as a nation. We are being able to know that yes, persons, and the fact that they bring for that is that persons can abuse their power. When you think you have too much rights, you can abuse that right, and you might end up in the wrong. And so as parents, we felt as though we always are in the right, or we had all the rights. But no, for children to be told that yes, you do have a right, we are finding some playing field, some leveling in the playing field. And so I find it indeed a privilege to be on today again, not only to give my little 2 cents, but to learn a lot from this program. And so I hope that as we go into the program, we can discuss more and I can share more. Thank you.
Okay, we had a little difficulty hearing you, but I know that you said nobody should abuse their rights, and the rights come with responsibilities. But we'll hear from you. I think you're having a little technical difficulty right now. But ladies and gentlemen, pardon? You were coming in and out, so yeah. But thanks a lot for your thoughts. And ladies and gentlemen online, please join the conversation. I want us to think again about that first word. I believe it was Miss Lawrence who brought it up, responsibilities. I'm going to ask the audience, the audience can join, but the panelists to tell us what are some of the responsibilities of parents, and then we will discuss what are some of the responsibilities of children. So who wants to go first? What are some of the responsibilities that children have? Remember, we said that you have rights, but you have responsibilities, and you can't talk about your rights all the time and not think about how you are responsible and how you have to meet your responsibilities. So anybody wants to take that question? What are some of the children's responsibilities? Anybody? Thanks, Ruth, for bringing that word up, responsibilities. Who wants to
Thank
go?
you so much. I guess I'll jump in, seeing I started this. But when we look at responsibility, though, for me, I know that for children, they have the right, to an education. But whilst it is that you have the right to an education, you have the right to go to school. you're responsible, rather the responsibility to do your homework, to go to school on time, right? So with all of those rights, so whilst it is that you have right to health care and all of that, you too have the responsibility to take care of your health, take care of yourself. So with every right, I believe we need to tell our children that, listen, yes, you have this right, but you also have your part to play in ensuring that you have the full access to same right. I think a lot of times when I talk to student leaders, they will tell me that, oh, miss, we have the right to an education and they're not supposed to lock us out and they're not supposed to do this. And whilst it is that we don't agree with those stance, one of the things I will always tell them is that, listen, you have the right to an education, but you also have the responsibility to get to school on time. You have the responsibility to get your assignments done in a timely fashion. If you're having challenges, to communicate same to your teachers, etc. So I think when you do this now, you sort of give them the opportunity to know that they play a major part in their own development. Many a times we just give them, tell them, oh, you have this right, and that's it. It can't end there. The discussion rather must continue in terms of how they too can play their right for your voices to be heard, but how you do that too also can affect you, right? Some student leaders, I will always tell them, listen, yes, you have a right to express how you feel, but you also have a responsibility to do so in the correct way in terms of how you express yourself, not to be rude, not to be condescending. You have that responsibility. And I think we need to couple again, as I rightly said, the right with that responsibility and holding them accountable to said responsibilities.
Excellent, wonderful, wonderful. So you have a right to an education, but you must go to school on time. You must listen to the teacher. You must do your homework. You must study to do and make sure that you participate in your exams. Submit your classwork or your assignments on time. All right. So any other responsibilities? Mrs. Stewart, you want to come in here?
Right. I just wanted to share that whilst there's a lot of focus on the resources that our children need, and as parents, I think the minute you hear that you're pregnant, you start to think about 18 years worth of resources that you must supply, and we must. And those of us who don't stand out like a sore thumb, right? Our children are a reflection of us. And so children need to understand that a major responsibility that they have is to protect or make very good use of those resources that your parents will provide for you from birth to 18 years, and many of us beyond 18 years. So it is your right to have all these things that you ought to have, but you must, and we have to teach our children from very early that coupled hand in hand with me handing off these resources to you, no, if it is even a toy. My daughter is into LOL. LOL is what's happening and it's expensive and she likes it, but you have to know that you have to take care of it. It comes in some little pieces and you have to take care of it. And a part of that is also understanding that you have to take responsibility for making sure that you protect, even if it's a toy. If it's money, making sure that you save a little bit of it. If it's, yes, I have to give you all your books, but you have a responsibility to make sure that you pack your little bag so that your books don't get all torn. And you have to teach that incrementally, every step of the way. They have to understand that, right? I also want to jump on the issue of respect, because that is so important, that you can say what you have to say, and children must be given that platform to speak freely, to make decisions, right? Some of us think that, no, that's what I said, and that is what you have to do. No, you're going to make decisions, you're going to express yourself, but they must understand that this is a ground rule. It has to be done respectfully, right? Yes, you are to participate, right? You are to go to school, you have to have leisure time, you have to have play. That's important, that's all right. But don't you have a responsibility? So do you stay at your extracurricular club, and then when you're finished with that, you go to take a taxi and you stay there until 9 o'clock at night because it's your right to participate? No, you have a responsibility. You also have a responsibility to communicate with mommy and daddy. If I am late in coming home, yes, it's my right to socialize, and it's my right to go to sports day, and it's my right to probably stay, if I'm of the age, to stay at the after school whatever it is, but I have a right to communicate, to say I'm a little late, that kind of thing. And finally, you have a right also as children to make sure that when the rules are made, and you ought to be part of the rule-making process, but you have a right to understand that you have your part to play in keeping up your end of the bargain. So this is the rule, and these are the sanctions. And even though this is a comfortable conversation to have with the child, know that you have a responsibility to stand by those sanctions if the rules are broken, because that's the arrangement that we have, that's the contract that we have. And I love you, and it's not out of hatred that you're going to stand by those sanctions. It's out of the responsibility that I'm teaching you. So this is what you do, and in the absence of this behavior, this is the sanction. And we have to help our children to understand, take up that responsibility. What was it? What did we do again? What do we say when you don't, let's say you don't come home on time? Do you miss the next activity at school? It's your responsibility to embrace that, because you knew that that was a bargain. We have to teach our children that from very, very early.
Wonderful, wonderful. Respect, accountability, and consequences for actions. It's from a very early age that we have to teach them consequences. Yes, we have this arrangement that if you come late and you don't communicate with me, there is a consequence for that. Don't just say it, because a lot of us have these consequences listed and we don't implement these consequences because we want to spoil them and say, okay, next time I'll deal with you, but not this time. But consequences, respect, communication, very key. Let's turn to the parent and then ask her if she has, how difficult it is for you, given what you have just heard, to balance your rights with that of your child. Mrs. Gordon.
Thank you. I hope you.
Yeah, we're hearing you now. Go ahead. Yeah.
Good. All right. So in balancing the right, communication must be open. Communication is a must, because we need to let these children understand that, yes, you have a right. And as was previously communicated, even though you have a right to certain things, you also have a responsibility to do certain things. I was thinking along the line of the rights for us as parents to protect our children, to protect them from harm and abuse. And we need to teach our children that they have the responsibility that if they are being abused, to speak about it. And so we have to open that line of communication. So everything has to be balanced. So when we have that level of communication and we let them know that, yes, this is your right. You need to go to school. You have a right to go to school. You have a right to this. You have a right to that. You let them know that, all right, not because you have all these rights, you're going to abuse these rights. You have the responsibility to live up to, So communication is definitely a very key factor in balancing both the parents' rights and the children's rights.
Excellent, excellent. And of course, sadly, our nation's children are at risk of abuse. And I'm happy that you brought that up, that we have to protect them from themselves. We have to teach them that my body is the right. I have a right to my body. I don't have to allow you to abuse me. And I can call whoever I can, the police, CPFSA, and I hope at some point we can put the numbers up so that persons can know. Yes. Ruth, you want to say it out loud for us? So if children are online,
I was mimicking Carolyn's action. So it's 211. That's 211. The hotline that you can
So the
call.
211, for those listening, please remember that you have a right to be protected from harm. You have a right to your body. You have a right to your emotions. And if you are being abused, 211. And we'll repeat it at the end. But thank you very much, Mrs. Gooden-Smith, for bringing up that aspect of our children's rights, protection against harm. I want to turn to Ms. Todd. The 0 to 8 years, very, very difficult. How do we balance the rights and responsibilities for that age group when you have them in school? How can we begin to teach them about rights and responsibilities? What are some of the responsibilities we can tell these babies that they have, and what rights do they have, etc.? So tell us a little more, because it's Early Childhood Commission's forum, so we want to spend a little time now on that age group. Please let us know how you balance rights with responsibilities.
You can start it with simple things. You don't need the big things. You start it with simple things. So stuff as a toy. You know, you get a toy. You know, it's your responsibility to take care of this toy. All right, you're finished playing with the toy. What are you going to do with it? You're going to put it up. It's your responsibility to ensure that you put the toys up. So it's the little things that you do as a parent that you will instigate it over a period of time. And I can't stress enough, you need to have consistency, because as a parent, something can't be okay today and then tomorrow it is not okay. At that time, you are confusing the child. So you have to be consistent in whatever it is that you do. So if after you're finished playing with your toy, you know that you are supposed to take it up and put it back in the toy box or where the toy is kept. You don't look at it and say, oh, he did not take up his toy today, I'll take it up for him. You're going to ensure that he knows that he has the responsibility to take up that toy. And if it is that you see that, yes, he did not take up his toy today, it could be for whatever reason, you can bring it back to him and you can say, are we finished with our toy today? Are we going to play with it again? If not, all right, so where will we put it? You want mommy to help you? So it's including them in whatever decision, whatever the process is. So you're starting it from early. You're going to school. Remember, this is your bag. What color is your bag? This is it. Yes, you like, and even going out, you're purchasing the bag for them. What color bag would you like? You don't just go in and you just pick up a bag and say, this is his bag. Right, this is her bag. You know, they have a voice. Remember, we're talking about what their rights are. So you can go out with them. Do you like these shoes? Which one do you prefer? You can give them a choice. And as children, you don't give them more than at least 2 choices, because then it can be confusing, right? So you would look at it and you would give them the choices. Do you like this one or do you like this one? Mommy, I like this one. Okay, not a problem. So they feel a bit of inclusion rather than you're just coming home and you're just giving me everything. Right? So it starts from this age, from this stage: inclusion, communication, open line of communication, so that they are aware of it. You know that this is your bag. Remember that you helped us to choose your bag. So what you're going to do, you're going to keep your bag safe. Yes, and you're going to put away your bag. So you are teaching them responsibility from an early age. And believe me, they can learn it, because when they come back out and they come to you and you said, where's your bag? Mommy, I leave my bag, I come in. And you see them run and run and run, and they run in the class and they pick up their bag because they're looking for their bag. Or teacher, I can't find my bag, it's pink with glitters and a pony. They're able to tell you because they are now responsible and they are aware of it. So you start them off like that. So it's the little things that you do. You can do it around the house, just the little things, and it will propel them through life.
Consistency. So what important? You cannot move, say one rule today and tomorrow is a different rule. Ruth, I saw you nodding quite a bit. You want to come in?
Yes, I was nodding while Stacey was speaking, because one of the things that she touched on was the whole notion of consistency. And what popped into my head is that the lessons today that we teach our children will become rather the actions that they will perpetuate in the future. And I think we have to have a level of intentionality when we engage our children, because I'm smiling because I remember my mother. My mother is a stickler, and I think every Jamaican mother is like that. They're sticklers to ensuring that the house is kept clean, right? And so whenever I used to play with my toys, I used to read my book, my mother will always say to me, when you're finished, you know where to put them. And so I knew that whenever I took them out, I had the responsibility to put them back, or else, you don't want to hear the end of it, because when mothers go off, them go off. And so to ensure that, to avoid the argument, you just make sure so you put it back. But can I tell you, today as an adult, if I move something, I hear that little voice in my head that, listen, we need to put it back. So sometimes, as Stacey says, in being consistent, these are some of the things that will enable them that even when they become adults, their level of responsibility definitely will be bolstered and increased. Why? Because as a parent, you remain consistent in reinforcing the importance of maintaining this sort of order or this action.
Thank you. Yes, you have to be consistent. And Mrs. Stewart, what about when children you talk about the consequences. What about the rewards? Is there an argument that for us to be able to encourage them to be responsible, that we also have to think of a reward system? Because our society seems to be very punitive. We're always thinking about how we punish and what we do. So bring in the argument about rewards for me. Yeah.
Of course. And the truth is, all of us like to be rewarded, even as adults. When we hear that there's going to be a little extra something anywhere at all, it gets us excited. And it's important because sometimes as parents, it's easier to dwell on the mistakes. Have you ever heard a parent just not forget anything bad that you did? And every time you do something else, it mushrooms, right? And that's the same way we need to celebrate our children. You know, my daughter has a way that she says, she's only 6 years old. She said, Mommy, I did that, but please don't judge me. You know, I don't know what she knows about somebody judging her at 6. But the thing is, guess what? Children don't forget. That's what we need to remember. Children don't forget. And sometimes you will know that because they'll come back months later and say, remember when I did this and this was your response and so on. Children do not forget. So it's important to celebrate the little things with them. There's this thing that I always talk to parents about. It's called GEM. So GEM, that's precious, right? When you have a GEM, you take care of it and so on. And the acronym means Genuine Encounter Moments. GEM, Genuine Encounter Moments with your child, where you celebrate them, where you tell them good job. And guess what? It doesn't always have to be you handing your child a gift. That has its place. But sometimes it is important to look them straight in the face and say, you know, I'm very proud of you. You made a decision today, you did something, I'm very proud of you. Just the same way you tell them, oh, I'm disappointed. You know, it's very important. And as parents, sometimes we go on autopilot and we have to talk the truth. As parents, we are able to do everything and listen to. So you're cooking and I'm listening, and you're washing and you're listening. Sometimes we have to remember to pause, stop everything. Right? I'm sure that my mother had this skill. I used to say to her, Mom, you're not listening. And she said, yes, and she can repeat the last line. Only the last line she can repeat. But growing up, I thought she was listening to everything. But it's important to pause and have these genuine encounter moments and to reward your children and to tell them why you are rewarding them, you know? And so they will expect that if they do something good, but never ever make it be about, you have to be very careful with the token economy now. You don't want them to only work to get something, because that would be missing the point by a long shot. And sometimes even with these behavior modification plans that everybody wants to roll out, never make it be about a child just doing something good so I can get the reward. You have to trickle it down so they understand what is the importance of this change in behavior, which is this good behavior that you want and behavior that you encourage. Yes, you might get a reward, but more than that, you're building self, right? You're building sense of self, and you're building your own standards. And that is what is important when you talk about behaving well. So any plan that you have as a parent to reward must eventually see the behavior happening without that presentation of a gift. So you start with that, of course, but then eventually, as the child gets older and so on, what you really want to see is that child behaving well for me. Yes, it will come with a reward, but it can't be based on that to say, I'm just going to do well so I can get. Because what would happen in the absence of those rewards? So we have to be careful with that. But I believe in rewarding, I believe in celebrating, but just make sure, like the mommy said, Miss Smith, the conversation is very important, so that at the end of the day, the children become the best versions of themselves, not because they'll be handed beautiful packages, but because you have instilled those values. And so once instilled in them, then they pass it on. And that's how we live. That's what we do as a people.
Wonderful. I love the gems. I'm going to quote you from now on. Yes, a genuine encounter moments with your child. Celebrate your children. Mrs. Gooden-Smith, what is your reaction to all of that? Do you have any advice on gems that we can use, rewards, celebrations that we can use? And then I'll turn to Ms. Todd to tell us what we can do in the classroom as part of building the celebration of our children.
I love that acronym, GEMS. I will be using it from here on, likewise. Because the thing is, we know it. Maybe we don't use the acronym. We don't know it as that acronym, but we know that spending quality time with our children is so much important. To stop and pause the everyday life and just to let them know that, yes, I am truly listening. I am truly interested in what you have to say and what's happening in your life. And this reward system, I find it to be so effective because, again, I'm not only a parent, I'm in the classroom and I see how it works. But as a parent, mostly, I know that sometimes when you should slap them for an issue, it's like the beating wears off. They don't feel it, or it has no effect. Over time, beating has no effect on children. But we realize these children nowadays, especially, they love gadgets. They love these different things. They like to watch the different cartoons and multiple things that they love to engage in that we did not do when we were younger. And when we take away these things as a form of punishment, we see how we get them to transform into the behavior that we're looking for. And so when we use these different things that they like to reward them, then of course we embrace the kind of behavior that we're trying to get from them. And so I truly believe in rewarding your children. But as Ms. Stewart rightly said, we cannot let it be a case where we are using it to curb a kind of behavior and then it's like we are building a different kind of behavior that we don't want. So for instance, we want them to behave a particular way and we reward them, but they only act that way to get the reward. We don't want to do that. We have to be careful as parents. So balance, I will speak on balance from the get-go. Balance is so important. And when you balance these things, and when you communicate and you let them understand and you say, you know what, because sometimes you're not going to give them, sometimes you just need to talk to them and you let them understand and you say, you know what, you're not going to go XYZ. Say they love to go to the beach. You're not going to go to the beach on Saturday as promised if you don't do this. And so when we communicate and they understand certain things and you let them know that mommy's not only taking you to the beach for that, but mommy loves you. And mommy wants you to be a good child and to grow up to be a good adult. And you communicate and you let them understand why it is that you are doing these things. It's not because you really want them to model a behavior. Yes, you want them to model the behavior, but you let them know that it's out of love. It's out of love for you, because you can even point to persons in society because they're so smart, They are so smart. They know why police say bad man to jail and all of these things. And you let them know that you want to grow up and go to jail, and you let them know that it's the little things. If you take things, police can come for you. So when you communicate these little things to them and you reward them when they do the good, then I find that it is so much more effective than to slap them on the wrist, so to speak. Thank you.
Yes, 100%. We're not promoting physical abuse of our children. Corporal punishment is out. We are not going to encourage that at all. Listen, we have other alternatives to discipline. As Mrs. Gooden-Smith says, all children have things that they love. There's always some trip, there's always some friend they want to go to. So if the consequences have to be used, we are not hitting them. We are going to use the alternative forms of discipline, and we are going to love them. I love that word. We have to love our children. So Miss Todd, we're going to talk about in the classroom again and the gems and how we can celebrate. And then we are going to talk about I'm going to give you all some difficult situations where the best interest, how do we implement the best interest in occasions when children say, I want this, and the parent said, no, this is not good for you. How do you balance and get that best interest across? Miss.
All right. I agree with everything that everyone has said. I like to skew it a little bit more, and I must say, change the narrative, right? So rather than focusing on the negative, we're going to be focusing on the positives. So I know in the classroom, it might be messy. It can be at home, where I know we take it back to home first. It can be as in you are at home and you come home and the places are messed, the toys are everywhere and stuff. You don't focus on all the negative. Find a positive to focus on first. So if you know that the child did one good thing, wow, I see that you made your bed today. That's awesome. Or look at that, you put the plate in the kitchen. Give yourself a clap for that, you know, and you boost them in that way. Rather than coming in and you're looking and you say, then you don't know that the toy is supposed to pick up, come and pick up this toy from here and put that, like you focus on the positive first. And after you focus on the positive, I say, but I see that you left this toy here, or you didn't remember to take up this toy. Come on, let us come and take up this toy. And that is the way you change the narrative of things. You bring it right back to the classroom. You're having circle time, you're talking with your children, everything, you're having your class, you're teaching and everything, and you have one disruptive child. You know, class always have that one disruptive one. You have that one disruptive one that is there. And rather than stopping your entire lesson to actually scold one child, you can look and you utilize the positive. I love how everybody is sitting down and is actually paying attention. Look, and you can even call it, look at Ruth. Ruth is sitting down and paying attention. Look at Mrs. Gooden Smith. She is watching me as I am teaching. And in that way, you are emphasizing on the behavior that you want rather than the negative one to say, why don't you sit down? Why can't you pay attention? So when you focus on the positive behavior and you're highlighting the positive behaviors from others, then that behavior will automatically fall into place, because the child that is misbehaving now will look and say, but wait, okay, she's talking about how Ruth is sitting down quite nice, talking about how Miss Stewart is sitting down nice. I want to be sitting down nice too, you know? And right there and then, the child that is misbehaving might very well just sit down too, and you applaud that because that is actually the behavior that you want. And you can call them out and say, wow, I see Stacy is sitting down. Stacy is sitting down. Wonderful. So we are going to get back to the lesson. So you focus a little bit more on the positives rather than actually calling out the negative behavior. And in that way, the negative behavior will then skew over to a positive behavior.
I love it. I love it. I'm learning so much myself. And I know, ladies and gentlemen, that you are. I'm waiting for you to engage with us, but I did note that someone wants to know what GEM stands for, Genuine Encounter Moment. And please, please remember that as you parent and as you go and encounter our children today, see if you can give them, have a gem with our children today. It's Child's Month, so we have to focus on our children. We love them. They are valuable assets. Remember those words as we continue. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been speaking about, you know, everything is nice and wonderful. But suppose there is a moment when a child says to you, I don't want to go to school. I want to stay home all day. I don't like, it's my right to stay home. It's my right to do whatever I want. The child is 8. How do you deal with a situation like that? Because we have been speaking as if everything is rosy, but there are difficult moments. What would you do when a child says, I do not want to go to school? Yes, what is your reaction?
The difficult moments are there, like parenting did not come in a manual. So we are all trying to do the best that we can, right? And it goes back right down to communication. Mommy, I don't want to go to school today. All right. What happened? Why is it that you don't want to go to school today? What happened? We're feeling ill? No, I just don't feel like going to school. But there is oftentimes some underlying issues why the child would have indicated that they don't want to go to school. And also, if the line of communication in parenting is clear between child and parent, then you would have picked up on some cues from before. So the child might be coming home and saying, you know, we have this boy Peter, him sit behind me and him always kick my chair. And to the mommy, him pull my hair. And to, you know, so right there and then over a period of time, you know that Peter is one that is probably giving a little bit of trouble at school where she's concerned or he's concerned. So when your child look and say, Mommy, I don't want to go to school today, probably is that day where she just feel like she just don't want to deal with Peter today. You understand me? So that is where now, as a parent, you are going to probe a little bit, you know, and you're probing a little way that it don't seem as if you are probing, you're having a communication. So you're going to talk, when we see tummy hurting and you're feeling and, you know, and you're doing your mommy duties or your parenting duties. And what happened? And while talking with them, they will indicate to you, okay, I don't want to go because Peter going to kick my chair again today. All right. No, the onus is on you now as a parent to go to the school now. You speak with the teacher. You know, you ensure that, all right, here what's going to happen. If you don't want to go to school today, you want me to come to school with you and so that I can talk to teacher and talk to Peter about it. And you will get the understanding of it. So it goes back to the communication. There is always some underlying issue that is with the child, especially when a child says that they don't want to go. Because all children want to go to school. They want to see their friends and they want to play and they want to have a good time. So when you hear a child says, I don't want to go to school, then normally there is an underlying issue.
Wonderful. And you find out, you probe, you go to the teacher in a respectful manner. We don't go cussing and shouting and screaming. We go in a respectful manner and we find out. I don't know if any other panelists want to come in at this moment. I've been calling on you, but if you want to deal with that issue, a child does not want to go to school. I do not want to go to school. Mommy, I'm not going to school. Or Daddy, I'm not going to school today. What do you do? And it's a repetition, you know, every other day you hear the same, I don't want to go to school. Mrs. Gooden-Smith, what would you do?
Right, let's start hit the nail right on the head. That was my exact trail of thought. Something is wrong. So you ask, the first thing you do is to ask, why is it that you don't want to go to school? You know, so don't just say, you're going to school today, or you have to go to school or whatever. Why is it that you don't want to go to school? Something must be wrong. If the child gets up, especially if it's a child that doesn't usually have that issue of going to school, or if they love to go to school, something must be wrong. And so you probe, you ask the necessary questions. And that is why the line of communication has to be open, because if it is not open, if the child is afraid of talking to you, you will never know. You'll never know what the issue is, and there has to be an issue. Could be minor, it doesn't have to be a major issue, but there is an issue. So the line of communication has to be open for your child to be able to share what is going on at school.
And that's why the trust that you mentioned earlier on, that word trust is so important, that when our children trust us, they are comfortable with us, they have communicative lines are always open. We know that our children will come and tell us the truth, and we can always, as Ms. Todd said, probe. That word is very important. You have to investigate, you know. Another example I'm going to give you is a child wants to go to school A, you know, the PEP. It's always a time when we have to decide which school we put in as number one, you know. So common entrance is around the corner and you have to prepare that list of schools, and your child at 12 says, I want to go to school A. And you as a parent, the whole family, entire generation has been going to school B, and you have you're part of the maybe the school board or the school council, or already have a history with that school, but your child says, I want to go to school A, and you say, I want you to go to school B because Uncle Joe went there, your father went there, the whole family generation went there. Why do you want to go to school A when I want you to go to school B? How would you handle that? Is Mrs. Stewart on? Yes, Mrs. Stewart, over to you.
Yes, I'm back. Yes, my internet was jumping on and off. All right, so that's a really real issue. But you know, as parents, we have to learn very quickly that our children are not our children, so that we can live through them. Right? We have to learn that very quickly. And again, I think no matter what scenario we think of, the issue of conversation and consistency in conversation is going to be the common thread that runs through any issue as we talk about dealing with our children. We also have to know our children, so that when our children veer off what is regular behavior, normal behavior for them, we can know that, right? And so we can pick up on the non-verbal cues, right? So you want to go to another school. I am sure that this is not a conversation that would come up just when you are in grade 6 and you start to choose your subjects, because You are consistently having conversation. You're in grade 4, you started to do your PEP, you're going to grade 5, and the conversation starts. Now it is important to hear the children's views because they must have an idea why it is they want to go to a particular school. And I want to tell you that this scenario that you gave about everybody having gone to that school before is probably the very reason why that child doesn't want to go to that same school, because they cannot sense their level of uniqueness and their individuality is being trampled on. So we have to be very careful, right? So we have to be careful how we send the message. So is your purpose to just go so you can walk in my footstep, or is your purpose to go so you can continue with your own addition to this process that has been happening? Do you want to add your own little flair to the history of persons who have attended, right? And so we have to be careful how we have the conversations with our children. They have to know from very early that they play their own part and that they are their own person and that they are adding to, right? But not just to continue for mommy or for daddy, right? Because you notice how our children really like to speak out, even from a very tender age, about their individuality. And it's mine, that belongs to me, right? And so we have to facilitate that. And a lot of us as parents, and we have to talk the truth, don't it? My grandmother would say, we have to talk the truth and shame the devil. Sometimes we have our children and things that we didn't get to do, or we don't think we did it well enough, and we think that our children are little vessels to continue pushing through. We have to stop and wake up and know that that's not what it is for. And this generation of children will not allow us to do it either. This generation of children will not sit back and watch us just live through them. And that's why we are thinking that these children are just different and they are going to express and they're going to tell you how they feel. And I just wanted to say one thing. A lot of us online have said today, respect, and that's true. But where do our children learn how to act respectfully? It is us who have to model that. It is we who will have to teach them about confidence, and it is they watch us more than they listen to us, right? So we'll talk, but they are watching us, and all these attributes that our children must have to live up to their responsibility: the respect, the self-confidence, the sense of self. Those things, they will only be able to have those tools if we facilitate it. And how do we do that? Right back at conversation and consistency.
Wonderful, wonderful. I
certainly agree with.
Okay, go ahead, Miss Laura.
Oh, sorry. I certainly agree. And I have to say ditto to what Carolyn said, because while I was listening, one of the things that came to me is that many a time we place a lot of value on the institution that the children go to, and not necessarily reinforcing that they have value, that unique value. What I also want parents to understand is that we need to get deliverance from thinking that our children are little minions of us, all right? And their own destiny, their own path is unique to them. What we need to do in terms of the role that we play is to facilitate and to guide them and to ensure that when they do choose a particular path, that they're doing so from a safe space, that they're doing so from a place where they know what they want and not because mommy or daddy wants it. I think another thing that we need to look at too is the motive. And I smiled as you asked the question, because in my family, they are a family of Wilmerians. And I thought that because I grew up in that family of Wilmerians, that my destiny would have been tied to going to Wilmers. But guess what? It wasn't so. I went to St. Hugh's. I went to the other school. The better school. I'm just joking. But what I'm saying is that I had to also understand that my ability, and to be honest, I wouldn't trade it for the world where I went to, because I got an opportunity to find out what my skill sets were and to really embrace and to hone my own abilities, versus if I would have possibly, gone into the direction because this is what my family expects of me, but to really just move into my own individuality. And I think we have to make our children understand that it's okay to be different. It's okay to want to chart a different path, but they need to do so with guidance. That is going to be very, very critical in the process. So yeah.
Guidance, relevant information about both schools, so that you can say to them, I know you want to go to A, but maybe if the school is not really where you would like your child to go, because again, the best interest of the child, the school is not the best for the moment. We are all trying to improve our schools, but so a conversation, trust. Mrs. Stewart, you want to come back in and talk?
Yes, just wanted to say something. This conversation about children's voices matter. In fact, the theme for the entire month. And I just wanted to just put something in the spin to say, is it that we're saying that children's voices matter when they say what we want them to say, when they say what we want to hear? I want to suggest that we need to pause as adults to say, to what extent do these voices matter if they say something that we disagree with? And I want to argue that it matters anyhow, right? Whether we agree with them or not, but then coupled closely with their voices must be the guidance that Ruth spoke to, right? But I think that's for a lot of us, and what I see in my line of work is that we panic as adults when children say things that we don't like. The first thing we do is panic. And you have to learn, it's a skill. You have to learn how to pause and not let your face show that this thing is bowling me over, because no matter what the children say, their voices matter, whether it is what we agree with or not. The important thing is what happens after this comment that is not suitable at all, that needs to be sorted, that needs to be corrected. What action do you take? Do you panic and just make it look like the world is ending, or do you maintain your composure? It's a reason why parents are many years older than children and why we have experience. And so as adults, pull on your experience and the time that you have been here before these little ones. And that is what will help you to maintain composure, pause, listen to this voice that is saying something that you don't agree with, and then quickly decide, how do I coach? How do I guide? How do I support to make sure that the best interest that we speak of so often is always, always served?
Wonderful, I tell you. Ms. Todd, you want to come in and give your comments? We have 7 minutes left, and I wanted to speak about support to parents before we. So Ms. Todd, your comments, and then anybody who can think about how we can support parents. Parenting is very difficult. I think each of us said so. So where are the support groups? What can we do to help parents to be better parents? So you can think about that. Ms. Todd, you can answer that, and also your.
It's as it relates to what Ms. Stewart would have indicated. When these children come with these questions that you have to just open your eyes and it bowls you right over as a parent, because you did not expect that to come out. And but you have to understand that this is an age where children are more exposed to a lot of things, more than we were, because what my child knows at 5 and at 8 is what I would have probably known when I was 16, So it's left also on the responsibility of the parent as well to be informed, be in the know, be current with what is happening around. We can't just use the same. Yes, we are drawing from experiences, but we can't use the same mentality that we had from the past to parent these generation of children. So we have to evolve with the time as well, right? So that when they come with certain phrases or they say something to us, we kind of have an idea where it's coming from. You may not would have expected from your child, but you kind of have an idea where it's coming from because it is what they are exposed to, and they feel comfortable enough to say something to you. So it is up to you now to provide the necessary guidance, but always be informed, be correct.
didn't get any questions from the audience, but we did get some comments. So Tiffany Grant White says, I am enjoying this discussion, not only as an educator, but first and foremost as a parent. Children too have emotions, and as such, we as parents need to put that into consideration. And then we have Sylvia Thomas, who says, sometimes the child knows how to play on parents' emotions so that they cry not to go to school, and the school is not the problem, but what is enticing them at home. Yes, so sometimes they want to stay home and play their video games and all of that. So the conversation is necessary. But support to parents before we close off, because we have been saying parents must do this, parents must do that, but it's difficult to be parenting. So what are some of the support systems and strategies that we can put forward for parents? Mrs. Stewart or Mrs. Gooden-Smith, before Mrs. Stewart comes in, what would you like as a parent? What help, what assistance do you think Jamaican parents need to do a better job at?
I think sessions like these and more are important, because when we attend these sessions, we are so enriched and empowered with information. Sometimes we think that we know when we really don't know. And so if the nation, if the different agencies could put on more sessions like these, make it more public, so that persons can attend and be in the know, be informed, then I think that we will become better parents and we will be better parents.
Wonderful. So more information sessions like this to get more information and to realize that you are not alone. All of us here as parents have had difficult moments. You are not alone. These sessions tell us that. Anybody else wants to say what we can do for parents?
Yes, just quickly.
Okay.
Yes.
I would definitely recommend, I know there is the National Parenting Support Commission, and I know they have been doing a lot of work. They have a lot of hotlines, I think, for the respective parishes that parents can call into to get the necessary support. We're in the digital age, and to be honest, everything right now that you need to know is at the click of a button, right? Or at our fingertips rather. And so we do need to do our own research. I'm sure you're not the first parent to go through what you're going through. Somebody else would have encountered it. And so it's for you to really seek out the information and to also find other like-minded parents that you can glean from and learn from. I believe what we need to go back to is this village approach of coming together as parents and seeing how we can support each other in this process, because there's no manual, but again, we're all learning. But I believe that together we can build a better society for our children. Thank you.
That is very true. I read so much when I was pregnant, and I tell you, I don't think any of the books have the answers, some of the situations that I have confronted. So there's no one manual that has all the answers. There's a question there, and I asked Ms. Stewart to take it. How do you deal with a child when you cannot buy whatever they need at the same time? I guess when a child needs something and you can't buy it, how do you communicate? It's just to support children, parents, sorry, to support parents.
Okay, I just want some clarity, meaning is this a need that the child has, or is it a want?
I think it's a need. I think the parent, Shauna was saying that the child needs something, but you cannot afford to give to the child. Yes, all right. That's how I read the question.
Okay, so one of the things that we have to learn as parents, and a lot of us have a difficulty with that, is that we have to be frank and we have to be open and honest with what our situation is. No, you're not going to be open and honest with every single person, but you have to find that person that you trust. Because sometimes, because of our own pride, we do not want to communicate the struggles that we have. But on the flip side of that is, why is it that somebody would respond like that? And that is, again, because of how society responds to a person who might be in need. And so both sides have to have a responsibility. We have to have more empathy when we are talking about parents who might not be able to afford something, right? We have to have that honest conversation to say that you are not alone. And it doesn't make you a bad parent because you cannot afford it. What you need to do is to find somebody who you trust and to communicate to them to say, you know, this is what my child needs. This is the help that I need. But the truth is, if we do not have a society that will be willing to embrace the fact that some people, all of us are not on the same level. Some people need help. We are very judgmental. Have you ever heard one parent talking about another parent? I think one of the things we have to do as parents is to, first of all, continue the introspection to see where our downfalls are and to be honest enough to talk about them, to say, you are not the only person. There was a time when I never had this and this is what I had to do. But sometimes we tend to forget where we're coming from. And when we project and we talk to parents, we speak to them from a place of ideal. And nobody started off at a place of ideal. So we need to get, and if we can't find real people to talk to parents, not everybody can talk to a parent. We have to meet parents where they are. We have to move away from thinking that it has to be in a fully AC room with nice chairs and tables. Get into the community and get to the corners where the parents are frustrated and sitting under the street light playing bingo because I am too frustrated to do anything else. Get there, have the conversation with them to say, listen, this does not make you less of a parent. Let me tell you how we can help you. Let me tell you how I moved from a place and have honest conversation. Jamaicans want you to be honest with them. They don't want you to come and flip books to say parenting session 1. That's not how you do it. You have to be real. And guess what? Even if you are poor and you are needy, people know when you are being real with them. And if you can't be real with them, do something else. Send somebody who will be real and have the conversation. So to answer the question, you can't afford something if people don't feel they can trust you to talk to you, to say, you know, I only have this amount of money left. And if you are going to judge them to say, how could you? You know your children are going to go to school. We have this conversation. You know it's back to school. All of us know that August is back to school. And a lot of us, August catch us not ready to do the things that we have to do. So don't be superficial and judgmental. These parents will lock down. They have to know that they can come and they'll tell you, Miss, I know that I should be ready. But that's yeah, we understand that, but you're not ready. So this is what we're going to do. Don't judge, don't preach. That's not the time. The time is to find the support at that time. And then in the medium to long term, you have these capacity building sessions to prepare parents so that next time around, you might be a little bit more prepared. But you have to have the conversation. You have to have empathy. You have to be real. You have to remember where you are coming from. And you have to remember that probably this is not your challenge, but you too, all of us, high and mighty on this platform with our children, have our challenges as well and have things that we have to deal with as parents. And we have to continue to remember that.
Yeah, keep it honest, keep it real. Do the research if you need to. You can't get it immediately. You can do the research. Make a call, CPFSA, Early Childhood Commission. If it's your child is between 0 and 8 years, you can call and get help. Don't be embarrassed. Don't be ashamed. We are all there. None of us on the platform is perfect. All of us have had our struggles. And they have, I know the time is wrapping up, but I'm going to ask for some extra time. We have a question there and ask Ms. Todd to answer it as she makes her own comments. What happens, this is from Lorna Heron, and I hope, Shauna Bennett, we answered your question about affordability well enough, but Lorna Heron has asked, what happens when you have communication with your child, but the child remains adamant about what he or she wants? What would be the next step? Ms. Todd, so you have made the communication, the child remains adamant. Lorna wants to know what you would do or what do you advise that we do? Over to you, Ms. Todd.
You listen to your child. Why is it that the child wants what they want? It has to be a reason. So that is the part where the probing skills are going to come into play. And if it is something that is, say it's something that is expensive, and as a parent, you are not able to get them that part of it or that particular thing, it's up to you to talk to them and say, all right, listen, I know that you want this. However, mommy is not able to purchase it now, or daddy is not able to purchase it now. How about I can get you so instead, or how can you wait a little bit until I am able to purchase it for you? You still have to speak to them. Remember that children are mini adults, you know. So they are able to still understand whatever it is. If you do not explain it to them, they will not know. And because of that, they will keep on saying, but I still want this, because it was not clear to them why it is that they are not able to get it. So once you're able to explain it to them fully, and you understand where they are coming from, they understand where you are coming from, you strike a balance right there, and then you are able to achieve that aspect of it, right? So I hope that would answer that question. As it relates to support to parents, there are a lot of support, and here at the Early Childhood Commission, we definitely provide support to our parents. We have what we call parent places. We have 74 parent places across the island that is geared towards parenting, right? Once it is that parents, it's there for parents when they have a challenge, what they need to learn. We come, we are there for them. We're able to assist them. We teach, we train. We also have what we call community flex, and we have walk and talk that we do, where we go into the communities and we talk to our parents. We be real with our parents, as Mr. Ward said, because you really don't want our parents not going to come to you in your nice AC office, right? You have to actually go out there, go in the field and talk to them. You go under a tree, you talk to them, you see them in a bar, you sit down, you talk to them, right? And you reach out to parents and let them know that, listen, help is here. We are here. You don't have to come to us. We will come to you. And we also do that in Walk and Talk, where we bring the agencies as well with us, because we know that sometimes they're not going to go to the agency's office. So if I can get at 1 and 2 agencies or 3 agencies or stuff to come along with us, and we speak to our parents and we bring the help to them. So there are a lot of options that are available here at the Early Childhood Commission.
Wonderful. I'm happy you gave us all that information. And please, if you didn't capture all of it, call the Early Childhood Commission and just say, I need help. And somebody will give you all the information and organize to meet you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to end by reading some of the comments. The Novelet Wright says, just as we need consistency in parenting, so too we need consistency with the parenting sessions. So Early Childhood Commission, they want more sessions, need to be ongoing, constant reminders to parents. So we need to put on more sessions. I'm happy that at least we got the appreciation. Thermute Solomon says, I agree with Mrs. Gooden Smith that there are so many parents who need more support with parenting. Wash hands, wash hands, wash hands. That was the last statement. Then Sandra Davis says, totally agree with you. My son sat PEP and I told him that whichever school he wants to go to, his dreams are realized. It's not the school, it's the determination of the child and the support that is given. And Kadeen Simpson says, parents, you can talk to your children about your financial talks, your financial situations, I imagine, and let them understand. So we can tell them, children understand, they're many adults, they will understand if we don't have the money to give them something, Then we have Vastine Henry, who says, sit them down and explain it to them next time. When I can, I will, and make sure they understand and ask them if they understand. So a conversation. And Karen Smith said, sometimes as parents, we wonder if we are doing a good job raising our children. And I think programs like this encourage us to do what we are doing and improve in some areas. Thank you. I think that's an excellent comment to end on, but I just want to summarize quickly. So today we were looking at balancing parents' rights with children's rights, and we come away with some key statements that rights come with responsibilities. We as parents need to have open lines of communication. We have to build trust. And the important foundation of any relationship is trust and communication. So we have to have a relationship with our child, not from teenage years, but from early childhood years, as early as possible. That's why Early Childhood Commission has put on this section, because it starts from an early age, so don't wait until a child is a teenager to try to build a relationship. We had a brilliant acronym, GEM, Genuine Encounter Moments. Try to have one with your child this week. Try to have several for Child Month. And I'm hoping that each of us notices and accepts that our children are valuable assets, okay? They are mini adults, and in all what we do, we have to work in the best interest of the child. Remember Article 3, and this motto for the Child Month: children's voices matter. Listen to your child today. Sit down with your child when you go home. How was your day? As one of the panelists says, just simple conversation. How was your day? And listen. Don't be engaged and multitasking. Sit and listen. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank the panelists. I enjoyed myself thoroughly, and I hope you did. I thank the moderators, I thank the organizers, I thank the sign interpreter. We had some sign language interpreters, and they were doing a brilliant job. So thank you to the audience for engaging with us. Lots of comments. Somebody, Sophia, says, I just came on, but I honestly need help. Doing this alone is so exhausting, but I keep going as I don't have physical help, and I keep going. But God, this is an important session. All right. So Sophia, I'm asking you to call the Early Childhood Commission and get help. Children, if you are being abused, we got a number today, 211. Thank you, everyone. And please join the other sessions. There are lots of other sessions being organized by Early Childhood Commission. But thank you for joining us, and have a wonderful day. Children's voices matter. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Bye.
And thank you, Professor Alder Enerly. Now, I am seeing the comments in the chat, and I want to share with that also, because it has been a tremendous session. And one of the things I have here is that the panelists are very knowledgeable, and the topic was excellent, right? And I also have another comment that I'd want to read here. Now, we have persons commenting on the gems that was given out, and you would have mentioned it just the same. So genuine encounter moments, we get these tidbits, and then we can bring it into our own parenting. And we look at the various ways. We have to learn that as individuals, we all have rights. And for our children, we have to teach them how we want them to be treated. So we treat them exactly as humans, and how it is that we'd want for them to be treated when they're out in society. I have a comment that I want to read. It says here that from Tafari Grant, she's enjoying the sessions for the most part, and children to have emotions, and as such, we as parents need to put that into consideration when we are dealing with our children. So I want to thank our panelists for being here with us this morning and for engaging in such a rich discussion. I want to thank our facilitator for leading us through this discussion, and also to our participants. Now, without you, these sessions would just be us talking to ourselves. So it's good that they were a part of the sessions, and we all would have enjoyed this a whole lot. So thank you. And I just want to say that you are free panelists. A link has been posted in the chat for you to send your feedback. So you can click on that link. It is pdi.ecc.gov.jm, and you can evaluate this workshop and let us know what it is that you would have enjoyed most and how it is that we can continue to serve you. And at this time, we will take a break, but please stay with us, because after the break, we will go into our workshop sessions on the topic, why 1000 days, my role as a parent. So thank you, everyone, and I'll see you in a few.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The first 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Caitlin. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The declaration of 2022 being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Barita Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Barita Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute Week of Activities and in fact the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Barita Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Barita Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
And we are back. Thank you for staying with us, and welcome to those who are just joining us to Track 1 Parenting in our Professional Development Institute 2022. I am Karen Francis. We had a great plenary session earlier, and now we will jump into our workshops. Our first workshop for the day will look at why 1000 days, my role as a parent. This session will be led by Dr. Pauline Watson Campbell. Who is Dr. Watson Campbell? She is a pediatric occupational therapist in the developmental and behavioral specialty, educational psychologist, an awardee of the National Award Badge of Honor for her services to the field of occupational therapy and child development in Jamaica, the Prime Minister's Award for her contribution to education 2021. Founder and Executive Director of Macam Child Development and Resource Center, the first inclusive program in the area of early childhood development. Having 30 years experience as a pediatric occupational therapist, focusing on children with physical, developmental, and behavioral disabilities. Our work at the Macam Child Development Center includes giving oversight to the development of the program, conducting assessments and therapeutic interventions for children with functional deficits, behavioral and developmental disorders. She has a particular interest in children with attention deficit and hyperactive disorder and autism spectrum disorder. Dr. Watson Campbell has presented locally and internationally. Over the years, she has also worked as a consultant to varying agencies, promoting the welfare of young children with and without disabilities through special projects. The most recent project involved monitoring the implementation of school-wide positive behavior intervention support in 55 schools across Jamaica, a MOE UNICEF project. She is co-author of the Macam curriculum, a development approach to early childhood education, and the author of Sealing the Cracks, Coping with Students' Behavioral Problems in the Classroom. Dr. Campbell offers in her private practice developmental and behavioral screenings, individual therapeutic intervention, and family coaching on outcomes of diagnosis for children with special needs. Outside of the work setting, Dr. Watson Campbell is a deacon in her church and leads the health and wellness ministry, which seeks to encourage persons to be proactive about their health. She enjoys being in quiet spaces where she can be appreciative of the wonders of nature and spending time with her family. She is most satisfying when she brings clarity to situations surrounding children's lives. So, why 1000 days? Much excitement is in the air when it is found out that a newborn will be added to the family. For some, it might be a challenge due to unforeseen circumstances during and after pregnancy. Pre- and postnatal care are key to the healthy, happy, and harmonious development of a child. The growth and development of children are reliant on parental guidance. There has never been a focus on the role of parents in the first 1000 days of life, and this is 275 days of pregnancy, plus the first 730 days, which is about 2 years after the child is born. However, there is also a lot of emphasis when the child is older. This workshop will delve into our societal misconceptions about what parents need to know about the early years and provide proof of the critical role that must be played in the first 1000 days. Now, participants, you're reminded that if you have any questions or concerns, you can always post this in the chat and Dr. Watson Campbell will address them throughout our presentation. Let's get started. So I turn over to you, Dr. Watson Campbell. Dr. Campbell, you are muted.
All right, are you hearing me now?
Yes, we are.
Okay, good.
Right.
All right, so I was just saying thank you for that lengthy introduction. Yes, I'm hoping that we will, have a little time to have a little discussion, mainly at the end of my presentation. But I have one or two questions that I'm going to ask during my presentation, and I would ask persons to, put their response in the chat. Okay, so what I'm hoping to look at is how we prepare for being parents. What is the period that is covered under this 1,000 days? An understanding of what occurs in that 1,000 days, which is referred to as a critical period of opportunity, the nuances of development, some of the red flags, and just really at the end of it all, being able to say that our best effort is usually good enough. It's the best that we can offer. Okay, so I'm just going to show you an image of a fetus. I know that I heard it was just discussed with you or explained that we are talking about from conception up to age 2 years. A lot of people think that it is the first 3 years of life, but it actually includes conception all the way up to, age 2 years. So I just want to show you pictorially. This is an image of a fetus. And I want you to note that this fetus is actually sucking his thumb or finger. I don't know which one of them it is. And then we have a newborn who is doing the same thing. So how they're transitioned, into, this state of being now human beings as what we are hearing through the discussions that are taking place now, that the fetus is not a viable human being until they are delivered. This is some of the discussions we hear going on in the United States and so on. But we do know that lots of development is taking place in those, from conception until delivery. And in a lot of ways, it is laying at that stage, laying the foundations for what we are seeing at this stage when this baby is now born and doing the same thing that it was doing in the womb. And then this is also showing how we transition so rapidly to a point where you have a child or two children here now, who are just, having such good fun. And what we would say they are fully developed human beings with, learning about life, but still very much on their feet and doing well. So in the first 1,000 years, we are referring to the child's life from the moment they are conceived until they have reached 2 years, which I just said. This is a time when the brain and the body and the immune system grows and develops significantly. So once we are able to announce that we are pregnant, and please note that I'm saying we here, because that is in these modern days how we talk about it, that it's not just a woman who is pregnant, but we talk about the husband and the wife, the husband and wife, the partner, going through this experience together. And then, I just kind of thought a little bit about the fact that it's a serious expectation. And, in Jamaica, we say people are expecting. And I'm thinking to myself, what is it that we mean when we say someone is expecting? They're actually going through the process of bringing to life a newborn, and there is a great expectation. So there are things that we are hoping that will happen. We don't know for sure, but we are hoping that those things will happen. So while we are going through that period of expectation, we have our prenatal checks. We make sure we have good nutrition. We make sure that we are exercising. We make sure that we have peace of mind as much as possible. I know it can be a very difficult time for a lot of people. And sometimes, mothers are going through this experience alone. And this is a very difficult thing, I think, for anyone to do. But yeah, you have to arrive at a certain place where you are stable emotionally, and I would say spiritually, to be able to complete this pregnancy in the best way possible. So my, thing to everybody, to myself as well, when I was going through all of this, thing was that you had to make sure to take care of yourself, first of all, so that you could take care of the fetus and the baby that was to come. So according to UNICEF, I saw this quote in a UNICEF report in 2017. They refer to this as a critical period, which is setting the foundation for development, a unique period of opportunity for optimal health, growth, and neurodevelopment. We do know that it is at a time when, a lot of brain activity is going on, a lot of maturation of the brain, multiplicity of the cells, connecting the cells. You know that we have two sides to the brain, and the two sides are doing their own thing, but then they also have to connect across so that, you can transfer information from one side of the brain to the other. So there is a lot of activity that is going on. There is, in fact, some amount of differentiation taking place as well, because during that period of maturation, specific areas of the brain are charged with doing specific things. We know that. So we know that some, I hear people talking about the prefrontal area of the brain or the frontal area of the brain a lot. And that is the area that has to do with, self-control, self-regulation, making decisions, and so on. The executive functioning side of, a person's life is usually that area of the brain. And then we talk about the temporal lobe that has the speech and language development happening. So really and truly, the brain is, maturing, a lot of, multiplicity of the cells, but we are also talking about the fact that specific areas of the brain are taking on specific responsibility during that period of time. And new pathways are being laid down. And what we do know is that during that last semester of pregnancy and during the first 2 years of life, the brain is most plastic. And really, what do we mean by that? It means that it is a time of change. It is a time when a lot is going on so that, you can actually help the brain to develop in a particular way because of what is going on with that fetus and with the newborn and toddler during those 2 years. So we can impact on what is going on with that, with the development of the brain by, how we live our lives, what we do. So what we know that over time, it has shown that the impact of good nutrition and stimulation and emotional stability has a, significant impact on what happens. We also know that newborns carry the marks of drug abuse, violence, and stress. And they're not taking this thing during pregnancy. Of course, we know where that's coming from. The fact is that if the mothers are exposed to, certain things, they're taking, say, for example, a mother smokes or drinks. We know that once that baby is born, there is likely to be, the evidence of what has happened during that period of time is going to be right there in that baby. We know that there are babies who are born small for size and they go through withdrawal symptoms and all that kind of thing because of what they've been exposed to during the time when the mother was bringing them into maturity. We know too that when a mother has been exposed to violence and an unstable physical environment, that too can impact on how the brain develops. If the mother is going through a lot of toxic stress, in the environment or with the relationships that she has, even with her partner or with her husband, that too can impact on the way the brain is developing. So we cannot emphasize enough the fact that during those 2 years and during the time of pregnancy, the mother has to be at the best place possible for bringing forth, when the time comes, a healthy baby and a baby who is ready now to take on the task of growing into being an infant and a toddler. So one of the things I want to look at is the nutrition. I just mentioned it anyway. So I know that all the mothers are told breastfeeding is of critical importance. I know that there was a time when the university hospital, for one place, I know other places as well maybe were doing this, but they were insisting that all the mothers that came through that program up there, or actually gave birth, that they went through a program that they were exposed to, breastfeeding your newborn. And I also know that they went as far as to probably visit the newborn baby and mother to make sure that this was happening, because breastfeeding really is so essential. It is referred to as the first vaccine. And we can understand that because the baby gets from the mother protection against illnesses, disease, and even ultimately death. Okay, so breastfeeding is emphasized during that first 6 months, especially. I actually see parents now who are breastfeeding their babies up to 2 years. I actually saw a parent recently the child is about going to 3. And she actually asked if she could breastfeed her child while this child was doing the assessment with me. I mean, I don't know how other people think about that, but to me, that might be taking it a little bit too far. But if that is how it's done, I know in Africa and some other places, they do continue with breastfeeding. But what is important is that by that time, in addition to the breastfeeding, this child should be also eating quite healthily. At 2 years, they should be eating and, eating crushed foods, a variety of foods, and also eating from the family pot. Now, I really want to talk about this as an important thing, eating from the family pot. We do eat too much salt and too much sugar. We know that. It's a Jamaica thing, it's a Caribbean thing, and apparently it's something that happens in Africa as well. Our taste buds are quite different, it seems. So we tend to put in too much salt and too much sugar. So even when we are cooking for the baby in the first 1,000 days, after birth, we should be making sure that we are putting, I would say at the beginning, as far as I know, there's no salt that is necessary. And you don't have to sweeten the porridge so that, it is to your taste. You should be giving them the least amount of sugar and salt at this time. And if you are feeding them from the family pot, that would suggest that you too will have to cut down on your salt and your sugar. And we know that this is something that is being promoted by the Ministry of Health anyway. So we really want to make sure that during that 1,000 days that the child, the baby, the infant and the toddler is now being fed the right way. I just want to point out that what they are seeing across the world as well is obesity in young children, toddlers, children who are just 2 years old, that they are being fed the wrong foods and they are just, putting on a lot of weight, but it's in the wrong way. And of course, we have our, I would say our cultural thing is, if a child is looking plump, then they are healthy. And that is really not true. A child could be looking quite plump and they are unhealthy. because the nutrition that they're being given is not the right one. So you really need to be able to feed that child. In the first 2 years of life, they need a balanced diet. They need to be able to eat a variety of foods. And of course, we know that they're going to start off with foods that are probably blended and so on. But as they get older, you're giving them more food to chew on, lots of vegetables if they can have it. I know what some parents do is that they blend the vegetables because the children won't eat it. But a lot of times I think if the parents are eating the vegetables and the children see them eating it, that they will also want to eat it. Okay, so let us be careful that we are giving our children a balanced diet, lots of vegetables, fruits, and some carbohydrate. And I think, when you go into most clinics, you see these posters that are put up there that's informing you as parents how you ought to feed your children. Okay? You have the children who are obese, but you have the children on the other hand who are not eating properly, and so they're underweight. So we need to, really see how we can give the children simple things like porridge, banana porridge, plantain porridge, mix in with the porridge some fruits. That is something that I have done in the past, and I've seen people do when children won't eat, like, fruits and a balanced diet. They give them their porridge and they crush the fruits into the porridge for them to have as well. Okay, I actually spoke to a parent this morning who told me that she's giving her 4-year-old crushed food because he won't chew. Now, if you have a child who is not doing that, up to age 2, a child should be able to chew their food and swallow. Okay, so you're giving them harder food by the time they're 2 years. They're eating their potatoes, they can eat their carrots and things like that. They ought to be chewing. So if the child is not chewing up to that point, then you know that something must be going on. And if they're gagging on what they are trying to swallow, then you know something is going on as well. So you need to be able to go and have your child checked to see what is going on. Don't just continue to give them the soft foods because that's the only thing that they will tolerate. Something is likely to happen. The brain needs food. The brain needs a variety of foods. So we need to be able to give the children that balanced diet. And it doesn't have to be expensive things. You shouldn't be giving your 2-year-old things like Kentucky and things like that. That's not necessary. And it's not what they need. So we need to be giving them food, simple food that they can digest and can be of benefit to them. So I just wanted to, put something here about the picky eater and whether this is a significant thing or not. If you have a child who will not eat, period, you are just giving them milk in their bottles. At age 2, you know something is going on with that child. If all they're taking is breast milk and the formula, something must be going on. So you need to really go check and see what could be going on with the doctor, the pediatrician, to see if something else is going on with this child. But there are children too who will only eat certain foods. So they will look at the food and they will tell you just by the way it looks, or the way it tastes, or even the way it smells, and they are going to tell you it's yucky. They don't want it. Okay? You try to force feed them and they gag on it or they spit it out or whatever. It's possible that that child is having a sensory problem. The tolerance for different types of food, the textures and the taste and so on, can be a symptom that this child is having what we call a sensory integration problem. How does that happen now? Well, when the child smells the food, it either smells inviting or not. You and I, that's what happens to us. We smell something and we say, oh, I would like to be able to taste that. And then when we taste it, we say, ooh, that's even better. All right. And even if it is kind of, tough or whatever, we will crunch it and eat it. If you have a child who, when they smell the food, when they try to taste it, when they look at it, the only thing that comes to them is that this thing is not to be eaten. The messages that are coming from the eyes, from the nose, from the taste to the brain is actually not a pleasant one for the child. And so they are going to want to not eat what is in front of them. When we see some children like this, they can have either a sensory integration problem that stands on its own, meaning that the brain in the sensory areas is not receiving this information the way it should, or we could have the beginnings of what could be a symptom of autism spectrum disorder. So if you see that your child is really, like I told this 4-year-old parent this morning, at 4 years, your child should be eating a variety of food. So something is wrong. We need to look into that. Pediatrician needs to have a say in what's going on. And certainly I could do a sensory assessment to see what is going on. Okay? All right, so I just wanted to look now a little bit at the developmental milestones in the first 1,000 years. So why am I saying 1,000 years, 1,000 days? Yeah, that would be too long for us to live. So, when the children's passport was introduced, I think we all realized that this was a good thing. So in that first 1,000 days, the passport should be a good record and be able to track, a tracking tool of how the child is developing, how your child is developing. So when they go to the pediatrician or they go to the clinic, this passport should be filled out, and then somebody should be able to say to you, I have a concern, the nurse or the doctor, I have a concern because your child is not really meeting the milestones that they should be. Or they are saying to you, oh, okay, so your child is doing so well because he or she is really getting the milestones on target, okay? So some of the expectations for the child in terms of their development in that first 1,000 days, we know that the development is rapid. When we think about that baby lying there, and then we see the toddler up and moving and running around and so on, we realize that there's a lot that happens in terms of development in those early months. A month can make a difference. So when we are doing an assessment, I always say to the parents, for your young child, 2 years old, months can make a difference. When the child is now 6, 7, 8, maybe you can say years can make a difference. But at that very early stage, the months make all the difference. So we're talking about their motor milestones being achieved in Jamaica. Usually our children are walking by 12 months. But I think, the range is given up to 15 months. It's not unusual for me to hear that a child is walking at 10 months. But if they go beyond 15 months and they're not walking, then, we should be saying, okay, there's a little bit of delay here going on. For speech and language development, the baby starts to, coo from quite early, and they're starting to attempt to make words. And by the time they're a year old, they are saying some words like bye-bye, mama, dada, that kind of thing. You can hear that at 12 months. And 2 to 3 word phrases are beginning to develop between 15 to 18 months. And between 18 to 24 months, you have the child making short sentences. So if you see that your child is not doing that within those, the times expected, one of the first things you have to ensure is that that child is hearing correctly. So we want to make sure that hearing is intact, right? But please pay attention to the fact that they are not developing speech and language during the time that is expected. I have a fair amount of parents say to me when the child at 2 years is not talking, well, I'm not concerned because I think in my family, we have late talkers. That might be so, but we want to make sure that something is not going on with this child. And it is expected that in terms of their milestones, by 2 years, they can have some short conversations with you. Okay, so we need to know that this is something that we need to pay attention to. Their self-help skills, they're starting to assist with feeding and dressing, holding out the hands and so on for dressing to happen. This is by, 2 years, the first 1,000 days. And the social emotional development should be happening as well, so that, they're engaging in parallel play with others. At that age, the children at 2 years are not asking permission so much to, play with other children's toys and so on. They're not really interested so much in interactive play, but certainly they should be engaging in parallel play and also in purposeful play. So all of these are things that we should be encouraging during those first 1,000 days. And actually, if we see that these things are not happening, we start to ask some questions about why it is not happening. And you don't have to buy sophisticated toys for your children to play with, please. Remember that they can play with all kinds of things that are just around the house. It's amazing what they can do with some, cans and pot covers and things like that. But yeah, if you are going to buy toys for those children at that age, it's the cause and effect toys that are important for the 2-year-old. So it's a toy that when you do something, it has a response, Okay. So I wanted to ask you this question, actually. It's a feedback question. Is the use of electronic devices at the infant to toddler stage, going up to that age 2 years, what is your opinion about this practice? Is this something that you think is a good thing, or is it something that you think is not necessarily a good thing? Can you enter that in the chat for me? Is there a response from anyone?
Not as yet.
Is the use of electronic devices. A lot of people, what I mean, I should say it actually, is tablets. Things like tablets and your telephone for the children to be watching, the ABCs they're learning on the tablet and so on. They're watching children's programs mainly. I've seen that this is something that is just like very commonplace now. What do you think as parents that, is this helping your child or is it not helping your child?
Okay, so Dr. Watson, I am seeing a few responses currently.
Yes, please tell me.
So Shaveen Gopal says it has its advantages and disadvantages.
Right.
Kimmy Doll says, I think it's necessary. My child is an only child and I am trying to get her engaged, but I limit her screen time.
Okay.
Shawnee Grant says in a balanced and monitored way.
Okay, right, good responses. However, it is really not recommended that a child before 1 year is exposed to, these devices. It really, at that point, the brain is not ready for that kind of, to introduce that kind of stimulation. what I have noticed with the children who have gone onto the tablet, I think research has shown this as well. I know for sure Dr. Samsborn had done some research some years ago, and that proved that it was not a good thing for the very young child under age 1 to be doing a lot of screen time or learning that way. Or, as I think happens a lot of times when the child is the only child, as a parent told me recently, she said, this was the way that she could keep her child occupied while she was doing other things. So certainly before age 1, it is not recommended, but after age 1, yes, it can be used, but as has been said, it must be monitored. For your 2-year-old, you would not want them to be sitting and watching on the tablet anything that goes beyond, I would say, 15 minutes to half an hour at any one time. You would have to break that. There's a lot that is being shown now about children who are on their tablets for long periods of time in terms of how the brain is accommodating all that information. Pardon me. And there are instances where we've found out that their vision, is being impacted as well. So even from that point of view, I would make sure that they are not on for any long period of time. The other thing is that I have noticed that these children learn very quickly a lot of the stuff that is on there. Doesn't make any difference that, to them, it has no meaning, but they are, being exposed to learning in a particular way where they're learning by rote and it's repetitive. So they want to play the same thing over and over and over again. And that is really not the best way to be introducing information into the brain. You want your child to be exposed to as wide a cross-section of learning opportunities as possible, right? And not locked in to a particular way of learning. So at age 2, I'm hearing from parents that the children know their alphabet and they know this and they can count and, all of these things. And it sounds like, oh, they're making a lot of progress, but it really is not. That brain is not ready for that kind of pattern of learning at that period of time, okay? Very repetitive type of learning. Okay, so thank you for your response. So some of the things I would like you to be thinking about in this first 1,000 days. Are you seeing specific or global delays in your, in your child's development? Are you, paying attention enough? Are you seeing anything that you're concerned about? Or is the development global? So at age 2, your child is still not doing a lot of the things that we said just now in terms of their motor skills. They are not walking. In terms of speech and language development, they are not beginning to ask for what they want. They can't, express to you anything that's wrong with them, show you what is going on with them, even if they can't say fully what they want to say. Or is there a global delay overall that you are seeing with your child? So that is one thing I want you to think about. Is your child avoiding interacting with others, preferring solitary play? Is your child just pointing or taking to what he or she wants? Is your child beginning to show some regression in his development at age 2? Is he or she responding to his name or her name? I would say to you that you need to think about these things. If you have any concerns at all, this is the best time for you to seek some answers to what is going on with your child. Remember what we said before, that the brain is most plastic during that last trimester and the first 2 years of life. So if we are going to do any interventions, this is the time that we must start to do it. New pathways being laid down, you know, changes can be made to how the pathways are being laid down. The connectivity between the cells, you know, all that kind of thing that's going on. We need to be able to have an impact on the child's life at that level so that, you know, the best results can be seen. So you must follow your instinct and make that a time when you're really watching out for what is going on with your child, exposing them to all the, you know, the stimulation that you can, and just, you know, looking at their growth and development in a way that, you know, is informing you about what really is going on with them. So the question I would want to ask here, you know, we talk about early stimulation and we talk about early intervention for the young child. What do you think? Is there a difference between these two? Or are they this one and the same thing? Just put in the chat if you think it's the same thing, yes or no. Any response yet?
No responses yet, Dr. Campbell.
Okay, well, let me
Still
go
waiting.
on. Yeah. Okay, let me go on because time is of essence here. Yeah, early intervention and early stimulation is really not the same thing, although early stimulation can be a part of early intervention. So when we talk about early intervention, it is just what I was saying to you just now. If you see that there is something going on with your child and you can do something in terms of, you know, therapy that can be administered at that point, whatever, that is the time that you need to do it. It's intervention that you are doing. But how you look at now early stimulation, all children should be stimulated. That is how we want development to take place, when the child is exposed to as much as possible. And I know that I looked at that calendar that came out from Early Childhood Commission, and it had some fantastic ideas on it, on how you can stimulate your child, you know, playing with your child, reading with your child, taking them places and so on. And don't believe that because you're talking about a child who is 1 to 2, that this is even less so than the child who is older. No, at that very early stage, you need to just give them as much stimulation as possible. But also of importance, if something is going on with that child, you need to have early intervention. At that early stage, it's the best results that you will have. So I wanted to go on now just to finish off my presentation to talk about the children who you are parenting, who are, you know, in that first 1,000 days, who may have special needs. You know, they have exceptional needs of one kind or another. So one of the things I would say to you is that you need to take time to understand the diagnosis. What is it that is going on with my child? What does this diagnosis say? What are the implications? Okay, so you really need to understand, because sometimes I talk to parents, you know, and I say to them, did anybody explain to you what this diagnosis means? And they tell me no. So, you know, you really need to read for yourself. These are the days when you can go online and read so much about everything. So you need to look up the diagnosis that you've been given and, you know, make sure you understand it. And I would also say, give yourself time to come to terms with the diagnosis. It's a process. If you have now been told that your child has some kind of developmental lag that, you know, is linked to something in particular, And this is going to mean some difference in the way you are going to be bringing up your child. What it is that you're going to have to be, doing as a family to make sure that this child's needs are met. It is a process, and you really have to, take time to go through the process. You have to consider the needs of your total family. Sometimes when people get this kind of news that there's something going on with my child, the rest of the family suffers because all of the effort now is put into helping this child. So we need to understand that the child is a part of a family and the needs of the total family has to be met. Okay? And bringing in siblings into the picture makes a big difference as well, because they become a part of that process as well. Seeking intervention as recommended. I know I said it before that it is necessary early on, but some people also don't follow through on the recommendations that are made for interventions. They've been sitting and watching to see what will happen, or they've been listening to other people telling them that, don't worry about this. The child is not yet 3 years. Just leave him alone. He will develop. He's his own person. If you have been told that there is something that is going on with your child, this is the time to seek the help and to get the interventions done. Okay? In the same way you are working with your child who is typically developing in those 2 years, and you're giving them all the stimulation that they need, and you're, getting them to the point where, they are just, thriving and making the best of everything that is around them. In the same way, you have to now pay attention to giving your child with, exceptional needs all the help that they need as early as possible. And I would say, seek the support of family and friends in doing this. Sometimes we think we can just, take it on and do it all by ourselves, and it is not easy. As I said, it's a process, and you will need somebody to support you. Sometimes when we hear that news to begin with, it's almost like, going through a death experience. Some people liken it to that. So I had all these plans for this child. Does that mean that these plans are now going to have to be changed? Okay? And you need help sometimes in just talking it through. So you need your support of your family and friends in doing that. I would say to you that the first years is always the hardest. So that first 2 years of life, when you are going to be working with, getting your child the help that they need and getting the family, oriented around having a child with special needs or exceptional needs, it is the hardest in the first couple of years, the first 2 years. But your initial response will make all the difference. Really need to act as quickly as you can and just, seek the help out for the child that you need. Some negative responses I have said, I did talk about one before, but refusing to accept the diagnosis is one thing. I mean, I know that there are parents who have been told early on, this is something that is, this is a diagnosis that is going to mean so and so and so, and they just don't want to hear it. Okay, so not accepting the diagnosis is a big thing, because we are losing time, right? Those 1,000 days, prime time to be doing anything to help your child. So accept the diagnosis as best as you can. And the other thing is that you ignore the recommendations, as I said before. I have seen where just going through this process initially has brought, a lot of, I would say, emotional hardships to families. And so you have broken relationships sometimes because you have a blame game thing going on, or you have even the extended families getting involved as well. So really, try to put aside all of these and see if we can move ahead to satisfy this child's needs within that 2-year period of time to begin, to do something. So some positive responses. Recognize that your own emotional response is typical and you have to own it. Just say to yourself, this is really not what I expected, but I'm going to have to get on with it. I'm going to have to deal with it. And even though I'm talking about an exceptional child here, I would say that even for the parent who is giving birth to a child who she had not planned for having, this period of time when the child comes, well, the preparation period up to giving birth can be very traumatic for somebody like that. But owning the fact that you're now pregnant and you're going to have a child and you need to plan for that child is very important. So owning your emotional response is very important. Sharing, I think we tend to lock into ourselves a lot of times when we are going through these difficult times and we are not sharing how we are really feeling. We can share with our pastors, we can share with our counselors. We are people who don't go to a therapist when we have these problems that we are dealing with, but try and see if you can find someone, a counselor, that you can deal with. That's one of the things I do in my practice, actually. Try to meet with people who have to make decisions about a diagnosis that they've just had and what that means. The therapist is also for the child, because you may now need to talk to your therapist who is seeing the child and just tell her some of your fears and, help to understand some of the issues that are there. And of course, your family members and friends. But the main thing is seek out some help for yourself. Remember what I said at the beginning, you have to care for yourself before you can care for your children. And that is whether your child has needs, exceptional needs or not. If you're just a parent of a typically developing child, you too have to spend time looking after yourself, right? Because you have to be in that place. You have to eat well, you have to sleep well, you have to exercise. You have to do things for your own development so that you can be the best person for your child to be able to take care of and stimulate your child. Very much so for the child with special needs. Find a support group. Online is an option now, very much so. I get that from parents. I met so-and-so online. There's an association that I'm linking with online, an organization and so on. So if it's not here locally, you need to, do that. Go and find support, a support group somewhere, so you can hear from other parents what's going on. And in that early stage, you need to hear from people who have gone there and done that before. Okay? And then, sorry, I want to also highlight here the fact that you need to be advocates for your children. Very important. If your child has exceptional needs, being the child's advocate in terms of seeking out the options for them to get what they need, whether it is from government agencies or whatever. You do need to stand up and especially now that they have the Disability Act in place, seeking help for your child is something you should be doing and really demanding to have happen. So I just wanted to quickly talk. We just have a little time left. So the child with cerebral palsy is one of the children that we need to look out for. And if it is a young child that you have 2 years, at this point, you will be seeing that there is some motor problems going on, difficulty with movement and coordination. They're not meeting their milestones. They're having a problem carrying out any task. The kind of intervention, sometimes they have cognitive impairment or not, but this kind of child is a child that can have a lot happen for them. So in that early stage, try and see if you can get the interventions that you need for that child. I was just showing you some of the interventions for a child with cerebral palsy. There's somebody working with this one and another one. So early intervention, very important. It is a motor-based problem. It is not progressive, but the child will not do well if they don't get early intervention in that, starting in that first 2 years of life. You are now, as I said before, laying down new pathways within the brain, telling that brain what to do. So intervention is very important for this child. And of course, the child with Down syndrome as well. These are children who will have developmental delays, will have low muscle tone. And so they are going to also be needing interventions, lots of physio, OT, speech therapy, nutrition for this group, where how you start them out, what they eat at the very beginning must be nutritious, but they tend to be children who put on a lot of weight. So you have to be careful in the early years. So this is another set of children that a lot can happen for them in the very early years. It's not also not a progressive thing, but if you do not give your child the interventions that they need and start early, then I'm telling you, I've seen babies who have done so well. I started working with them before they were a year old. And you know, some of the things you expected, like the delays and so on, were not as much as they could have been. And of course, child on the autism spectrum, which is what everybody talks about these days, they have a lot of issues to do with their, how they interact with other people, how they go about their, with play, very repetitive in play, have fixations. Their, profile can be quite disharmonic, meaning that they can do well, like with their motor skills or their cognitive skills, but their language skills are very delayed. And they tend to be children who have sensory problems as well. And for these children, you're going to say to me, what am I going to say? A 2-year-old can be on the autism spectrum? Well, sometimes we are not making that diagnosis, but we can see the signs and symptoms that are there. So if you are seeing delays, if you are seeing some behaviors that are unusual, repetitive, and you're going to see those things at that very early stage. Is that child making eye contact with you? Is that child responding to you, being playful? Is that child beginning to say, Dada, Mama? Or sometimes the children at 2 years begin to regress when they were doing other things fairly well to begin with. So yeah, these are all 3 different types of children that diagnoses that we can do a lot to help these children in the first 1,000 days. So just want to end by saying that parenting is a special gift. And we do learn as we go along, but I want you to also remember that there are some things that are tried and proven. And so, we need to learn from each other how some things work, okay? We need to be good models. Our children are going to do what we want. They will eat what we are eating. They will, start to develop the patterns as early as that 2 years. Believe me, they are watching us and they are seeing exactly how we do what we do, and they're going to mimic us, okay? So being a good model is very important. Being consistent in our approach to working with them. And this is very much so in terms of, how a child is being guided through each day, what you do today with the child and allow them to do, that tomorrow you should be consistent and do the same thing. And this is particularly important with discipline. And yes, you do start discipline within that first 1,000 days. The brain is beginning to, memorize. Memory is one of the first things that we see happening for visual memory, auditory memory, and so on. So what you are telling your child or what you're showing them in those early 1,000 days is of utmost importance, okay? Spend time with them, the close contact, lots of love. We can't overestimate that. You know, I don't know, sometimes our physical contact with our children is not as good as it should be. And it's not about buying them toys. It's about spending time with them, you know, sitting down, reading with them, looking at picture books, I mean, because at 2 years they're not reading, but looking at picture books and, you know, just having fun times with them, playing with their toys with them, that kind of bonding that needs to happen, you know, having them a part of the family sitting at the table, even if they are in the high chair is brought to the table when everybody else is eating, okay? So we just have to give it our best shot. That is what we are called to do as parents. And, you know, I think working together as partners, father and mother, or, you know, whoever else is your support, we can do a good job together. So this is a beautiful little child and has a lot of potential. And we can see that, you know, when we do expose them to all that they need in those early years, that they can be, you know, resetting the foundation for what is to come. So thank you for listening. I don't know if there are any questions. Just have a few minutes left.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell, for that. Now, you would have highlighted some of the key features of a child in the first 2 years of their life, from nutrition to engaging activities and development. And for that, we must say thank you. Now, a comment here says that knowledge is power, and we fight disability with ability.
That's right.
Right. Leonardo Drummond would have asked the question, what about children that were born premature? How do we treat this?
Okay, that's a good question. Because the fact is that the brain development would not have been completed before delivery. But it is, you know, that by the time the child has reached that last trimester, they have, you know, the ability to survive, and they tend to do well. Usually it's things like the lung not being developed properly. But we do find that if the baby is traumatized in any way, the baby has had to be exposed to being in an incubator, for argument's sake, for, you know, a couple of weeks, several weeks. We have some babies who are in hospital for like 6 weeks and so on. Yeah, they will develop physically, they will come, you know, get to the point of maturation. The brain will continue to do its development. What I do find is that the developmental, the lags are there, right? You have to do a lot of stimulation of this child, but you have to allow for a certain amount of the lag in development. So they may not walk at that, you know, early stage like the other children. They may take a longer time to talk. You will continue to see a little lag there, but they do catch up eventually. They do. I have also found that from an emotional point of view, children who have been separated from their parents like that, is something that I've observed over time when they've been hospitalized or they've been taken back to the hospital quite a lot during those 2 years, because there are some babies like that. They are premature and they keep going back into hospital for different, you know, issues. They tend to be very clingy children as they grow up and need a lot of, you know, physical comfort. And I've seen them having a hard time separating from parents and so on. Yeah, so yeah, there will be some lag and emotional, they will need a lot of support, but they do catch up eventually, unless there has been some, you know, as I said, some trauma to the brain in some way, which we hope doesn't happen.
Okay, thank you for that, Dr. Campbell. So a comment here from Jennifer Jackson. She says that if all the food groups are not introduced to a child when they start eating from the family pot, then it will create a picky kind of eating with that child.
Yes, that can happen. That's why I'm saying, that if we eat a certain way ourselves, right? If we eat in the right way, we are likely to introduce our children to eating the right way,
Yes.
So it's something that comes out of, I think, our own practices, right? So yeah, they can be picky if we are picky too, so and I always say, children, unless they have a sensory issue, children don't know anything about taste, those taste buds don't develop initially so well. So when you're giving them things that have like the salt and the sugar, and you don't want to give them certain things at that stage, if you introduce it in that early stage, those children will eat it unless they have a sensory problem. I truly believe that. I have known of people who say, and that had happened to me too, I didn't give my children things like snacks before going to school. They had just things like fruits and stuff like that. And when they went to school, they were introduced to it there, but they didn't like it initially. It's something they had to learn to eat. But of course, with the salt and the sugar, it's set up for them to really like that kind of taste. So, but yeah, early start is what matters.
All right, thank you for that. And just to read the last comment from Lorna Aaron, she says, I think if children at the basic school get early intervention from trained persons, this could help with some of the learning difficulties before they move on to primary education. So early intervention is always best.
Early identification and intervention, because I think a lot of them at that stage are not being identified for what really is going on. There's a delay or something, but they're not being assessed for you to know exactly what it is that is going on with them. Yeah.
All right. So thank you, Dr. Watson Campbell, for sharing with us today on this very interesting topic. It was a very good presentation, well presented. You would have highlighted all we need to know about the child in the first 1,000 days of their life. And I also want to say thank you to our participants for sharing in this presentation with us. And at this time, we will be taking a break for lunch. However, we will be restarting our sessions at 12:45 p.m. So thank you everyone, and I will see you soon.
Okay, thank you for inviting me. It was my pleasure.
Indeed.
Okay.
Good day and welcome to ECC Connects, where we talk about everything early childhood development. My name is Michelle Campbell, and today we'll be talking about learning centers, specifically the Dramatic Play Center. We'll take a closer look at the center, looking at what it is, why it's important for children, what to place in that particular center, the various themes, and we'll also be looking at portable prop boxes. The Dramatic Play Center is a vital part of the classroom, which is quite important as it allows children to really learn about the world around them. It's a center that should be located in a noisy area So whether it's near blocks, manipulatives, it's really allowing children to be able to express themselves, okay? So it's also a good place where items are contained and stored and organized properly for children to manipulate. It's a space that can be transformed at any time. So we have the home center, the Dramatic Play Center Home Center is the basic foundation. And through this is where we can now change it at any time, from a house area to a farm, to the beach, to the river, whatever that interest of that child might be, or according to the theme within the curriculum, or just the interest overall of the children, and again, yourself, the practitioner. So what do children learn while they're playing in the Dramatic Play Center? Well, one, they begin to role play behaviors and actions. They have an opportunity to pretend, use their imagination, and just be as creative as possible. They're given the opportunity to really express themselves, learn how to cooperate with others, take turns, all through play. They get to really act out real life situations, and I'm sure you know how many real life situations are acted out in the Dramatic Play Center. Now within our center, again, I talked about the foundation. We have a sink, we have a stove, we have a refrigerator, we have dress-up clothes, we have a dining table and 2 chairs. But keep in mind that this is not something that you want to have all year round. We expect that the dramatic play area is changed up about every 2 to 3 weeks, depending on the theme, the interest. It might be at circle time where a child talks about an experience and you might just say, wait a minute, I have an idea. Do you think we might want to rearrange the dramatic play area into that particular theme itself? And looking at themes, there are a wide variety of themes. We can create a garden, we can create a farm, we can create a zoo, an aquarium, a space station, a dinosaur day, roadworks. Remember, there's always work happening around Jamaica on the road. So why not change your dramatic play area into what's happening on the road, the equipment, the gear that the workers have to use, and what's really happening to make those roads really safe for us. A fire station, a marketplace, a hair salon. What about going camping in the Blue Mountains? My favorite one. But nevertheless, keep in mind that these themes are those that we can really use to evoke conversation, to really build on those language skills, those intellectual skills, looking at language and numeracy, all while doing all of this in the dramatic play area. So I want to hear from you. What other themes can we change our dramatic play area into? And what are some of the suggestions that you would have received from your children in your classroom? And what have you done in terms of rearranging your dramatic play area? We'll be right back after this important message.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1 is T 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app. That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Now, as a former teacher, I understand that our spaces might not be conducive for a large dramatic play center. But no matter what size your space is, there's always room to create that experience for the children, making sure that it's meaningful and it's purposeful. And that means sometimes we have to create portable prop boxes. So today, I have a little box which is in a container, and it's a tea party. So it's a tea set that I have from my home, and I also have a basket of props that really looks at dressing up for the tea party. So again, props from home, props from parents that we can bring in to make the experience very meaningful and purposeful and intentional, of course. So it doesn't have to be a box, it could be a container, it can be a basket, as long as the children are able to go within that container and use the items. Now my tea party is glass, okay, and china. So I would make sure that I introduce my tea party set at circle time. So at circle time, we're gonna have a discussion about the tea set. And we're also going to have a discussion about how to care for it. It's a good time as well to role play and to have the children feel the material, talk about how to keep it safe, how to prevent it from being broken into many pieces, and how we're to take turns. So although it's glass, although it's china, it's quite all right, because in circle time we'll have that opportunity to really talk about taking care of the tea set. And this is a time where, for this particular prop box, we want no more than 2 to 3 children. So as the teacher, I'll be there with the children, and we'll be talking, we'll be preparing our tea party. So here are my plates, here are my cups, and they can help with the setup at the same time, because again, coming out of circle time, we would have already practiced a little bit, and now we're ready for the tea party. So we have our sugar bowl, we have our teapot, we have our milk container, we have our spoons. And this is a time too where the children can help to set up, give their recommendations on how they want. Bowl. We have our teapot, we have our milk container, we have our spoons. And this is a time too where the children can help to set up, give their recommendations on how they want to set up the tea party, who wants to sit where, and then the fun part is what we're going to wear. So we have to dress up when we go to a tea party. So we have handbags, right? And anyone can choose what they want to wear, what they want to carry. And then we have ties as well, because we have to look ready for that tea party. And now we're ready to drink our tea. So keep in mind when we're doing that for our tea party. And now we're ready for the tea party. So who wants to join me and have some tea? So guess what? Everybody wants to join me for the tea party. And I'm excited, and I know my children are excited. So we may have to take our tea party outside because it's time to go on the playground. So keep in mind, within your dramatic play center, that the children should be allowed to take materials and props onto the playground while the teachers would have been pre-prepared for this particular activity. So as colleagues, you might have to team up together to decide on what materials will be going outside, what furniture, and keeping in mind the elements. But children should be able to select some of those materials as well. So for this particular tea party, I'm looking at 2 to 3 children sitting with me, engaging in conversation, but at the same time, remembering that it's time to go on the playground. And my suggestion is that we take our tea party outside. I'm going to have a clipboard where my children sign up because I have to manage the process because everyone's going to be excited. So once we get outside, everyone knows who's the next group to join the tea party, how many minutes we'll be joining within the tea party, and we're gonna be able to take turns. And myself and my colleague, we're gonna be able to note that this is what's on the playground, this is how we're gonna keep our children safe, and this is how we're going to monitor the entire process. So you might say, will it work? Why it works? I don't think it's going to work, taking everything out on the playground. But keep in mind that you know your children, you know your schedule, you know what's happening at that moment. You know how to keep it meaningful, intentional, and purposeful. Keeping that in mind, everyone should have a great experience on the playground with that particular prop box. Now, keep in mind also that we're having conversations, we're learning about each other, we're building vocabulary, all while enjoying the tea party, but this time outside within the fresh air itself. So I hope that I've given you some ideas in terms of prop boxes, how easy it is to put them together, and how easy it is to take them outside, no matter your furniture or the materials on the playground. Now, also, just a little reminder that our learning centers for dramatic play should be changed every 2 to 3 weeks. We know that the shop, the corner shop, and the home center, those are the most popular within the dramatic play center. But keep in mind, we should be changing it up depending on the theme or the interest of the children. You might have a discussion at circle time and the child is talking about the farm and that they planted pumpkins and the vines are starting to run. Why not turn your dramatic play center into a pumpkin patch? All you need, paper bags, brown paper bags, newspaper, green paint, and a piece of yarn to tie the bags together, and the children can paint and design their pumpkins. You might want to show what a half of a pumpkin looks like, and there you would need some additional paint to paint that within. So keeping in mind that the Dramatic Play Center is something that should be transformed based on the interest of our children and also that theme that you're following throughout the year. Thanks for joining me, and I look forward to our next ECC Connects. At this time, I'm going to ask you to leave a comment, ask questions, share best practices in the chat, and until then, I'll see you tomorrow at the same time. And remember, play matters.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Gideon. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kathleen. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. Childhood Commission.
Good day and welcome to ECC Connects, where we talk about everything early childhood development. My name is Michelle Campbell, and today we'll be talking about learning centers, specifically the Dramatic Play Center. We'll take a closer look at the center, looking at what it is, why it's important for children, what to place in that particular center, the various themes, and we'll also be looking at portable prop boxes. The Dramatic Play Center is a vital part of the classroom, which is quite important as it allows children to really learn about the world around them. It's a center that should be located in a noisy area, so whether it's near blocks, manipulatives, it's really allowing children to be able to express themselves, okay? So it's also a good place where items are contained and stored and organized properly for children to manipulate. It's a space that can be transformed at any time. So we have the home center, the Dramatic Play Center. Home center is the basic foundation. And through this is where we can now change it at any time, from a house area to a farm, to the beach, to the river, whatever that interest of that child might be, or according to the theme within the curriculum, or just the interest overall of the children, and again, yourself, the practitioner. So what do children learn while they're playing in the Dramatic Play Center? Well, one, they begin to role play behaviors and actions. They have an opportunity to pretend, use their imagination, and just be as creative as possible. They're given the opportunity to really express themselves, learn how to cooperate with others, take turns, all through play. They get to really act out real life situations, and I'm sure you know how many real life situations are acted out in the Dramatic Play Center. Now within our center, again, I talked about the foundation. We have a sink, we have a stove, we have a refrigerator, we have dress-up clothes, we have a dining table and 2 chairs. But keep in mind that this is not something that you want to have all year round. We expect that the dramatic play area is changed up about every 2 to 3 weeks, depending on the theme, the interest. It might be at circle time where a child talks about an experience and you might just say, wait a minute, I have an idea. Do you think we might want to rearrange the dramatic play area into that particular theme itself? And looking at themes, there are a wide variety of themes. We can create a garden, we can create a farm, we can create a zoo, an aquarium, a space station, a dinosaur day, roadworks. Remember, there's always work happening around Jamaica on the road. So why not change your dramatic play area into what's happening on the road, the equipment, the gear that the workers have to use, and what's really happening to make those roads really safe for us. A fire station, a marketplace, a hair salon. What about going camping in the Blue Mountains? My favorite one. But nevertheless, keep in mind that these themes are those that we can really use to evoke conversation, to really build on those language skills, those intellectual skills, looking at language and numeracy, all while doing all of this in the dramatic play area. So I want to hear from you. What other themes can we change our dramatic play area into? And what are some of the suggestions that you would have received from your children in your classroom? And what have you done in terms of rearranging your dramatic play area? We'll be right back after this important message.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Now, as a former teacher, I understand that our spaces might not be conducive for a large dramatic play center. But no matter what size your space is, there's always room to create that experience for the children, making sure that it's meaningful and it's purposeful. And that means sometimes we have to create portable prop boxes. So today, I have a little box which is in a container, and it's a tea party. So it's a tea set that I have from my home, and I also have a basket of props that really looks at dressing up for the tea party. So again, props from home, props from parents that we can bring in to make the experience very meaningful and purposeful and intentional, of course. So it doesn't have to be a box, it could be a container, it can be a basket, as long as the children are able to go within that container and use the items. Now my tea party is glass, okay, and china. So I make sure that I introduce my tea party set at circle time. So at circle time, we're gonna have a discussion about the tea set. And we're also going to have a discussion about how to care for it. It's a good time as well to role play and to have the children feel the material, talk about how to keep it safe, how to prevent it from being broken into many pieces, and how we're to take turns. So although it's glass, although it's china, it's quite all right, because in circle time we'll have that opportunity to really talk about taking care of the tea set. And this is a time where, for this particular prop box, we want no more than 2 to 3 children. So as the teacher, I'll be there with the children, and we'll be talking, we'll be preparing our tea party. So here are my plates, here are my cups, and they can help with the setup at the same time, because again, coming out of circle time, we would have already practiced a little bit, and now we're ready for the tea party. So we have our sugar bowl, we have our teapot, we have our milk container, we have our spoons. And this is a time too where the children can help to set up, give their recommendations on how they want to set up the tea party, who wants to sit where, and then the fun part is what we're going to wear. So we have to dress up when we go to a tea party. So we have handbags, right? And anyone can choose what they want to wear, what they want to carry. And then we have ties as well, because we have to look ready for that tea party. And now we're ready to drink our tea. So keep in mind when we're doing that for our tea party. And now we're ready for the tea party. So who wants to join me and have some tea? So guess what? Everybody wants to join me for the tea party. And I'm excited, and I know my children are excited. So we may have to take our tea party outside because it's time to go on the playground. So keep in mind, within your dramatic play center, that the children should be allowed to take materials and props onto the playground while the teachers would have been pre-prepared for this particular activity. So as colleagues, you might have to team up together to decide on what materials will be going outside, what furniture, and keeping in mind the elements. But children should be able to select some of those materials as well. So for this particular tea party, I'm looking at 2 to 3 children sitting with me, engaging in conversation, but at the same time, remembering that it's time to go on the playground. And my suggestion is that we take our tea party outside. I'm going to have a clipboard where my children sign up because I have to manage the process because everyone's going to be excited. So once we get outside, everyone knows who's the next group to join the tea party, how many minutes we'll be joining within the tea party, and we're gonna be able to take turns. And myself and my colleague, we're gonna be able to note that this is what's on the playground, this is how we're gonna keep our children safe, and this is how we're going to monitor the entire process. So you might say, will it work? Why it works? I don't think it's going to work, taking everything out on the playground. But keep in mind that you know your children, you know your schedule, you know what's happening at that moment. You know how to keep it meaningful, intentional, and purposeful. Keeping that in mind, everyone should have a great experience on the playground with that particular prop box. Now, keep in mind also that we're having conversations, we're learning about each other, we're building vocabulary, all while enjoying the tea party, but this time outside within the fresh air itself. So I hope that I've given you some ideas in terms of prop boxes, how easy it is to put them together, and how easy it is to take them outside, no matter your furniture or the materials on the playground. Now, also, just a little reminder that our learning centers for dramatic play should be changed every 2 to 3 weeks. We know that the shop, the corner shop, and the home center, those are the most popular within the dramatic play center. But keep in mind we should be changing it up depending on the theme or the interest of the children. You might have a discussion at circle time and the child is talking about the farm and that they planted pumpkins and the vines are starting to run. Why not turn your dramatic play center into a pumpkin patch? All you need, paper bags, brown paper bags, newspaper, green paint, and a piece of yarn to tie the bags together, and the children can paint and design their pumpkins. You might want to show what a half of a pumpkin looks like, and there you would need some additional paint to paint that within. So keeping in mind that the Dramatic Play Center is something that should be transformed based on the interest of our children and also that theme that you're following throughout the year. Thanks for joining me, and I look forward to our next ECC Connects. At this time, I'm going to ask you to leave a comment, ask questions, share best practices in the chat, and until then, I'll see you tomorrow at the same time, and remember, play matters.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. Please forgive the delay start. We had a little technical issue. Now, for our first session for this afternoon, we'll be led by Miss Andrea Campbell on the topic Parenting Woes, how to balance your work, personal, and parenting life. Schools alone cannot address all of a child's developmental needs. Children learn best when parents, teachers, and other family and community members work together to encourage and support them. How can this partnership be developed and maintained to support and encourage children? Now, to explain all of this, I have with me Miss Andrea Campbell. Andrea Campbell now serves as a technical advisor to the National Family Planning Board, having served as Director for Health Promotion and Prevention for 8 years. She holds a master's degree in public health from the University of the West Indies and a Bachelor's of Arts degree in community development from the University of Canterbury, United Kingdom. She has over 25 years of experience in public health and HIV program management. She's a dynamic, goal-oriented team player with a passion for community development and working with vulnerable populations, including when women and teenage mothers, having been a teenage mother herself. She has honed her skills in training, community development, designing social marketing campaigns, group facilitation, and interpersonal communication. Ms. Campbell has extensive skills in conducting quantitative and qualitative research among the key and vulnerable populations which have contributed to her body of knowledge in the field. Andrea has 2 children and 5 grandchildren and hopes to do skydiving one day. Let's get started. Over to you, Ms. Campbell.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How are you all doing? I can't hear you, but I hope you're all listening, and my facilitator will be reading in the chat because this presentation is a discussion. So we're gonna have a discussion this afternoon, all right? So sorry, apologies for what's happening, but we know technology fails us sometime. But as parents, as leaders, these are some of the challenges that we face. So, okay, can we go? So we're striking the balance this afternoon with parenting, our home life, our work life, and our children. Next slide. All right. I wonder, from a raise of hands in the group, does anybody have a certificate looking like this, a diploma in parenting or a BA in parenting or even a certificate? Anybody done a certificate course or some studying on becoming a parent in the group? Can you just raise your hand so that I can see, or my administrator can see how many of us have a diploma in parenting or a certificate in parenting?
All right, so coming in, Colleen Dixon is the first to respond. No.
No, okay, Colleen doesn't have. Anybody else has one? Well, I really doubt that anybody has any of these certificates, because parenting, it's not something that we study because, so we study to become a doctor, you study to become a social worker, you study to become a community person, but parenting, no, I don't know anybody who studied to become a parent. And even though persons might plan to get pregnant or plan to be a parent, you find that most of parents, most pregnancies are not planned. In Jamaica, 72% of the of pregnancies are unplanned. So yes, you might say, well, yes, I'm ready to have a child, but I want, let me give myself another year, and you and your partner talk about it. But the reality is that most of us, for parenting, it isn't planned. So it's not planned. And then we have the home situation. So let's look at the next slide. So at home, good, and just click the buttons for me, because at home we wash, you cook, you clean, eh? You quell disagreements if you have more than one children, so, and even with your partners and your neighbors, you manage the finances as well. You do the grocery shopping, you do a bit of gardening. If you even have 2 flowers outside that you want to water, you have to do a bit of that. You know, you have to check on the neighbors sometime, or sometimes the neighbors come and check on you and you have a discussion. Then at the end of the day, or even at the beginning of the day, if you have a partner, then you have to listen to what happened at work or what they think will be happening at work. And it also happens with the children. So this is a typical day for someone at home. So let's look at the work situation now. Next slide. So at work, you're answering the telephone. You have letters to sign. You have staff meetings. You have documents to review. You have proposals to write. You might have a team meeting. You might have other documents to sign. You're reading your emails, and you might have individual meetings with staff members. Hello, what's happening here? So you have all of that at work. You have those at home. And as we move to the next slide, we have our children, so we are parents. So we have our children to take care of. And what happens with the children? You have to wake them up in the morning. You might have a PTA meeting that you have to attend. You might have a farm meetings at school. You have sports day. Depending on the weekend, you might have party drop-off, party pick-up. You know, you need to, in times like these when we have so many technologies and so on, and the children are always on their mobile thing, you have to be monitoring their screen time. How long do they spend on the internet? Then you have to oversee their homework and get them ready for bed. Wow, you are superheroes. But you know what? Superheroes might end up looking like this. Next slide. And sometimes at the end of the day, this is how we feel. Anybody in the group ever feel like this at the end of the day? Just give me a raise of hands, please. My moderator, I hope you're looking at the hands. If anybody has raised their hands that they feel like this at the end of the day, after all of that. However, we are parents. We need to work unless, you know, we have some rich uncle who died and left us the golden spoon. You know, we have to work. So it's all about, next slide, it's all about striking the balance. And how do we strike the balance in these hectic times to include work and school and being a parent? Next slide. So I'm just gonna give us, we're gonna have just some tips, and I hope it's not written in stone, that you can pick something out of it that will help you in your day-to-day tasks. So first of all, we need to work smarter, not harder. We're not superwoman, we're not superman. We just need to work smarter and not harder. So when we go to work, you need to delegate. First of all, a lot of us as superwomen and supermen, you just think that you must take on everything and we are able to manage everything. No, we need to delegate. You're not a one-man band. You need to delegate. Have persons who you can rely on. You need to invest time in training and mentoring junior colleagues. I have seen where a lot of persons in the workplace, they they find it hard to mentor somebody because a lot of time person thinking that, oh, they're going to come and take my position. And so that's not so bad. We are not here in a position for the rest of our lives. And it is such a good experience. It's a good feeling when you know that you have left your former position and it is somebody who you mentored who is actually in the position now. So we need to invest time and training in mentoring a junior colleague. We need to utilize our admin assistants. A lot of times the admin assistants will complain, oh, I don't have enough to do. But we need to delegate, utilize. We need to screen our invites. It's not every meeting that you can go. It's not every activities that you can go. So we need to screen and delegate who will go to this one, who will go to this meeting, ensure that they take notes and feedback to you. But delegate, man. All right? You can review your weekly calendar at the beginning or at the end of the week. At the beginning, you look at it to say, do I have to do all of these? Do I have to go to all of these meetings? Do I have to review all of these reports? Somebody else can do some of the activities. So you need to review your weekly calendar and see how best you can remove some of those activities. You need to also, it's important to utilize, we in modern times now, you know, there are some apps that make life so much easier. Google Docs. So if you have previously, when I had a document to review, I would send it out to 5, 6, 7 persons, and each person would be giving their feedback. So at the end of getting back all of those documents, then I had to sit and go through, hello, welcome Google Docs. Everybody working in the document at the same time. And at the end, it cuts the work time in half and you get the work done so much easier. What about shopping online? We need to utilize the modern facilities that are available for us. They have shopping online now. You can also call in your grocery list for some of the major supermarkets and have it delivered whether to your workplace or have them delivered to your home. Also, we need to utilize our family members. Sometimes we don't use them up, you know. We have grandma at home, you know, we're not using up grandma, we're not using up auntie who might live in the same community. So we need to utilize our family members as babysitters or to help with the children on a whole. So we need to be working smarter and not harder. Next slide. When you need to be using up your professional strengths. You at work, you have some persons who are so efficient at work. They are great organizers. They are creative thinkers. Anything you want, any new ideas, you can run it by them and they come up with some really great creative skills. Why can't you utilize those skills at home? Use up your management skills at home. You understand? Use up your creative skills at work, at home. It's not just for the office. You're getting paid from home to, you know, because at the end of the day, when the children are successful, you know, that's your payoff. So you need to be using up your skills that you utilize at work, use them up at home too, to become a successful parent. So utilize the strength to meet your working parent challenges. Next slide. They say it takes a village. I'm not sure about the age group on the line, but it takes a village to raise a child. So you need to build and manage that village. So you need to build a village and manage it at work and build it and manage it at home. Because I keep on saying we're not Superman or Superwoman. So we need help at times. So ensure that your team members, the skills are complementary. So if one is not there, if you are not there, somebody else will be able. Ensure that the team can act reliably in your absence. Listen, if you're not at work, the place not going to pop down. I can assure you. Get sick and you'll see. The work has to continue. It will continue. But if you have an able team, a reliable team that you can work with, then you can put your team on speed dial and you're good to go. Because emergencies are emergencies. You know, you don't plan emergencies just like accidents. They just happen. So therefore, you need to put your village on speed dial, whether at work or at home. Ensure that the caregivers and support staff are easily reached. And also, after all of that, when you have the village and the villagers who help you out, we need to demonstrate appreciation. Very important. Next slide. We need to build a daily routine. Sometimes we have so many things to do that we're all over the place. And at the end of the day, when you do your tick off, your things to do, when you tick off check your checklist, you find that of the 10 things that you had to do, you started all 10 and you haven't completed any. So you need to have a daily routine for all your activities, both at home and work, and especially in times when you have to work from home and the children are there, you need to have specific bedtime, you have wake up time, you have eating time. Also, it's important that you involve the children in setting these schedules. Make it realistic for them so that they can know that, listen, this is school time and you're in class online, and this is mommy time. Mommy is working at home. And they feel appreciative that, you know, well, yes, I'm involved in in the building of mommy's schedule. And what I notice is in the involve a morning routine and getting ready. Get ready for the office. So even if you're working from home, don't just jump up and pull the laptop at the same time. Get ready for the office. Sorry about that. Consistent routine improves your mental health. Next. Hello, yes. So bring your workplace efficiency at home. I spoke about the organizing skills earlier on. Next slide. Oh, right. I spoke about the organizing skills earlier on. No, go back. Sorry, I didn't realize you had changed it. Go back to the bring your workplace. Right. Just like how you are efficient at home, at the office, thanks, and have all your your activities written out, bring that same efficiency from the workplace home. Get rid of all the sticky notes. I've been to several houses and you see all those sticky notes on the fridge, the PTA meeting, dental appointment. Just like how you have a diary at the office that keeps all your appointments, for home, you need to keep all your appointments in one place. Efficiency. Always have a plan B, because at work, you're planning projects or whatever, you always have a plan B. So at home, you need to have a plan B. It's very, very important. And also, this is very important. Ensure that you keep an overnight bag packed at all times, because as I said, sorry, emergencies do happen. Next slide, please. Think long term. I know that things can get stressful at times. So the baby is sick. The report is due. Your partner is traveling. Exams coming up, whether because we have a lot of working parents who still go to school and the children have exams, and just recently there was the PEP exam. So it can become stressful. What do? Throw up your hands and throw in the towel? No, we have to think long term. Why am I going through this? Why am I going through all this stress? What is happening? What is in this for me? What is the long term goal that I'm working towards? What are the long term benefits? So we need to think, why am I going through all of this? Talk yourself through the process, because guess what? This too shall pass. This too shall pass. And next year, this time, you'll be saying, you know, last year, this time, boy, I was tearing out my ear because, and I wouldn't even say next year, probably by next week, you're saying, you know, last week was so stressful. I was thinking of really giving up the job, because guess what? You can't give up the children. It's not so easy. You can't just give them up. So a lot of times we might think that, oh my gosh, this job is too stressful, I'm giving it up. But we need to be focused. Keep your eyes on the prize. Why am I doing this? Stop, step back, as we would say in Jamaica, wheel and come again. Because this too shall pass. Next slide. Prioritize and set your expectations. So you need to prioritize your tasks. You can't do everything at the same time. Remember, I spoke about earlier, I suggested that, you know, you had 10 tasks for the day, and at the end of the day, you don't get any done because you half start all of them. So we need to prioritize. I find it is better to focus on the most important task first thing in the morning. So at least you get 1 or 2 important things done. All right? Don't pretend that you have everything under control, and ask for help if needed. A lot of us as professionals, we don't want to ask for help because we think that asking for help is a sign of weakness. It is not. We have to be realistic. We have to be true to ourselves. So therefore, if you find that things getting out of control, ask for help. Don't matter what anybody else want to say or how people might think, but you need to ask for help. Next slide. To get flexibility, you need to sell the benefits. All right, sell the benefits of decision. So therefore, I know sometimes it is easier to work from home. You see the benefits of it. But just going to your supervisor or your manager to say, well, listen, you know, it's easier for me to work from home with the children and so on. You need to sell the benefits. Why is it easier? You know, I get more work done at home. And therefore, if you want your report next Thursday, I'm asking for Wednesday off. I'll work from home on Wednesday in order to get the report done. So therefore, the manager will look at it as a benefit to the organization and not really a benefit to you. Okay, so from a salesperson point of view, you need to sell the benefits. What is the benefit of you working from home to your manager or to your organization? You understand? Okay. Next slide. You are the parent. You are not the teacher. I know that in the COVID with online classes, parents were doing all the work and teachers have reported it. You know that you have a child in class that was an average of 50, and all of a sudden that child is getting all A's. Everything is perfect, everything. Teachers are responsible for teaching. Parents, your role is to provide guidance, not to do the work for the child. So because now that the child is gone back to face-to-face class, you're not there. You're not there to do the work for them. And therefore now you give them a false sense of achievement because all the SBA that you did and the projects that you did for them, they got A. But now they are back in class, then they are experiencing the real challenges. So you are not the teacher. All right, if you recognize that the child is not managing, then you speak to the teacher about it, and both of you can work together as a team to help your child or children. But parents, your role is to guide, to provide guidance to the child. You are not the teacher. You need to remember that. Leave the teacher to do their teaching and you do your parenting. We need to have fun as a family. I know that sometimes the work can be overbearing, but we need to step back and spend some time with our family. Children are very important. All right, our role for them is to be there, to provide the necessary guidance, to spend time to build the parenting relationship with our children. So games night, and there are so many different games now. Yeah, I don't know if people still use the traditional Ludo or dominoes or so, but plan a game night once a month, once a week, have a movie night, take a drive out. People don't want to take the bus anymore, but a bus trip can be interesting sometimes. And you have discussions on the bus, talk time, party time in your house. And of late, I've seen a lot of TikTok, those TikTok with parents and child challenges. You need to have fun as a family. And having fun doesn't necessarily mean going out to the beach or taking a trip. Yes, that can be a part of it, as I have here a bus trip or a drive out. But even at home on a weeknight, to break the monotony, to break the stress, you can have a family night. Wind down with the family. Also, you need a strong support team. You need a strong support team at home. You need a strong support team at work, and you need a strong support team in your community. So you need to build a strong support team so that wherever you are, if something happens, there is always somebody that you can rely on. There's somebody that you can call. So if you're at home, you can call somebody at the office. If you are at the office, you can call somebody in your community. Remember, very important to build a strong support team. Sorry. Next, I'm not saying next. Next slide. Last but not least, very important, self-care. Self-care is very important for the working parent. And self-care doesn't necessarily mean going to the spa, spending a day at the spa. Oh, sure, that is awesome. That is good. But sometimes not all of us can afford to spend a day at the spa. So we need to step back and breathe. Take some deep breaths in and out. In and out. Just step back from it all. Remember, you're not superwoman, you're not superman, you're not super persons. Step back, self-care, because if you don't take your self-care, you're going to end up like that character that I showed you earlier on. Make some alone time. Alone time is very important. You know, a good place to get some alone time is in the bathroom, sitting on the toilet. Just lock the door. Okay? And you can get some alone time there. Indulge in some fun activities, some of the same family time we discussed earlier on. Turn off the phone. No social media. We can get so caught up in the social media and caught up in the Twitter and what's happening with the news out there. That is not a part of the alone time. That is not a part of the self-care. Self-care is all about you. It's all about spending some time with yourself. When it gets too stressful, light a candle. Scented candles are nice. You know, light some incense in the house. Dance and sing. You know, shout. Act as if you're Whitney Houston and you're doing your own karaoke. That can be a part of helping yourself to get through all of this stress of working and parenting. Look in the mirror and say, I've got this. I've got this. Next slide. It's time to be kind and connect with your inner self. You're working hard and you deserve to be cared for. In turn, your children will learn how to care for and soothe themselves in stressful times, ultimately leading to healthier individuals, healthier families, and healthier communities. And this came from a quote from the Family Center. If your children see that you are stressed out all the time, they become stressed themselves. You know, recently I did a little focus group discussion with some 12-year-olds from a prep school. And the children, the girls, they were talking about how stressed they are. And I'm like, stress? Why are you stressed? They said, Miss, our parents are stressing us. Teacher is stressing us. The teacher was there, luckily. You know, the teacher stressing us. Sometimes I feel like I'm going to go crazy. No, this is a 12-year-old. Why is a 12-year-old thinking that she's going to go crazy? Because the parents are stressing them. Exams coming up. And as one of them said, yes, miss, as any little thing, my mother said, I'm paying money for you to go to school, so you have to do your best. Yes, we know that we are paying money. And even the primary school, the government schools, it costs, you know. But don't let your children be the end source of your stress, because it is not good when children themselves, if the parents are stressed and the children are stressed, then it means that the community is stressed and everybody becomes stressed. Okay, and we know that we have a problem with mental health issue now, so we need to reduce that. And I think this is my last slide. Working parenthood is a tough managerial, leadership, and personal challenge which lasts for approximately 18 years. Like most big business, problems have no silver bullet, no magically permanent fix. So whether you're a parent or a leader seeking to motivate and retain working parents on your team, listening to others' specific solutions will always help to create viable ones of your own. So we need to listen, share, listen to our colleagues, listen to other parents, have discussions around matters when it seems as if it becomes overwhelming. So have discussions and we learn from each other. It is good for us to learn from each other. So I hope, next slide, thank you very much. I hope that you picked up something along the way through, well, it wasn't really a discussion, through the presentation to help you to balance, to create that balance between being a parent and working at the same time. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Ms. Campbell. Now, I have comments like excellent tips, great ideas. And we have persons saying that self-care is for both working and stay-at-home parents. And we know that in all that we're doing, we have to strike that balance. So whether you're a stay-at-home parent or you're working, self-care is for everyone. Now, Ms. Campbell, I have a question here for you. It comes from Kimmy Doll, and she's asking, is there like a support group system in Jamaica where parents that are having a bit of trouble can go and get some feel of comfort when going through a rough patch? Miss Cam, hold on, just, oh, I think we are having a little issue here. All right, let's give her a few seconds to see if she's able to rejoin. Did you get a number? All right, so it seems as though we're having a little technical difficulties here and we have lost Miss Campbell. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you so much for participating in today's session on parenting woes. And I would have seen in the chat that you would have enjoyed this presentation and that you have garnered a few tips and ideas as to how to go back and utilize these in your space. And one thing that kept coming out is self-care, because you don't want to look stressed out like that road runner, right? So we have to take care of ourselves first, because in truth and in fact, we can't pour from empty vessels. So we take care of ourselves first before we take care of our families. And the same energy that we put out in our professional lives, it should be the same energy that we put out in our personal and home life. So thank you so much for being with us. And at this time, we will break and move into another commercial, but stay with us. After the commercial, we go back into our workshop sessions.
Hi everybody, welcome to Mini Little Movers. I want to thank you for joining me today. I hope you have cleared the living room spaces, the verandas and the bedroom, because guess what? We are going to get ready to move. Join me now.
I'm Jason Henry at ECC Wellness Warrior, and I want to invite you to get up outside, up on your seat right now, and let's get moving to some exercise. Get these muscles moving, get warmed up, and just release some tension. So join me in this exercise. Right.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine, she's here, you can take a break. I'm a hot air balloon that could go to space.
Come on,
With the air, like I don't care, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like Why? Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Hey, go, bring me down. Can't nothing bring me down. The love is too high. Bring me down. Can't nothing bring me down. I said, bring me down. Can't nothing bring me down. The love is too high. Bring me down. Can't nothing bring me down. I said, clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Hey, go, bring me down. Can't nothing bring me down. The love is too high. Bring me down. Can't nothing bring me down. I said, clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Hey, hey, hey. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Hey, hey. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do.
Alright, hope you're warmed up. So we're gonna move on to the next exercise.
We're here in downtown Lafayette where everyone's excited about the new
They say I'm a rapper and I say no. They say what you doing, trying to do somebody cold. I just let the music come from my soul, so all of my people can stay on the floor. They got a brand new dance, you gotta move your muscle. Brand new dance, it's called a Cupid shuffle. It don't matter if you're young or you're old. Here we go. We gon' show you how it goes. To the right, to the right, to the right, to the right, to the left, to the left, to the left, to the left. Gotta kick, gotta kick, gotta kick, gotta kick. Now walk it by yourself. Now walk it by yourself.
Come on. Right.
by yourself. Walk it by yourself. To the right, to the right, to the right, the right, the right. The left, to the left, to the left, the left, the left. Now kick, now kick, now kick, now kick, now walk it by yourself. Walk it by yourself and do the Cupid shuffle. Let me see you do the Cupid shuffle. Now let me see you do the. It's your boy Cupid, C-U-P, the oddity. It's a bet on the track, got another. Here we go. Hey, do you come on, come on. Do you let me see you. Do you dance? We got a brand new dance. We got a brand new sound. We got a brand new feel. We got a brand new style, y'all.
All right, let's move on to the next.
Every day ain't been so. Fight on! Let's go! Rockets in the house tonight. Everybody just have a good time. And we gon' make you lose your mind. Everybody just have a good time. Rockets in the house tonight. Everybody just have a good time. And we gon' make you lose your mind. We just wanna see you shake that. Hit a cup, hard rock. Look up for your girl, she on my jock. Now stop when we in the spot. Booty move away like she on the block. With a drink, I got to know. Top jeans, tattoo, cause I'm rockin' brown. Half black, half white, time now. Gang of money, open up. Yo, I'm running through these halls like Drano. I got that devilish flow. Rock and roll, no halo. We party right. Yeah, that's the crew that I'm reppin' on a rise to the top. No lead in our Zeppelin. Hey, party rockers in the house tonight. Woo! Everybody just have a good time. Yeah, and we gon' make you lose your mind. Everybody just have a good time. Party rockers in the house tonight. Everybody just have a good time. And we gon' make you lose your mind. We just wanna see you shake that. Every day I'm shuffling. Shuffling, shuffling. Step up fast and be the first girl to make me throw this cash. We get money, don't be mad, now stop. Hating is bad. One more shot for us. Another round, please fill up a cup. Don't mess around, we just wanna see. Just shake it up now, you home. You naked now. Put your hands up to the sky. Get up, get up. Put your hands up to the sky. Get up, get up. Put your hands up to the sky. Put your hands up to the sky. Put your hands up to the sky. Get up, get up. Get up, get up. Get up, get up. Get up, get up. Put your hands up to the sky. Put your hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up. Party rockers in the house tonight. Everybody just have a good time. Yeah, and we gon' make you lose your mind. Everybody just have a good time. Every day I'm shuffling.
Right, here we go. Thank you for joining us. Hope you sweat and enjoy the next session.
Thank you all for joining me today for Many Little Movers. Just remember, parents, get our children involved in physical activities every day. Hula hoops, hopscotches, whatever it is. Let them burn and use up all of that energy. Allow them to drink plenty water. And you as parents can join in as well. So join me again next time for Many Little Movers. Thank you.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The declaration of 2022, being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica, speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burrito Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burrito Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute week of activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burrito Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Burrito Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
And we are back. I hope we all got opportunity to stretch and move about a little just now with Millie Little Movers. And now we will move into another workshop session, Understanding and Addressing Speech Disorders. Our presenter for this topic is Miss Amarita Golding. Amarita Golding is a licensed speech language pathologist certified by the American Speech Language Hearing Association. Trained at Howard University,
Hello.
Amarita
Yeah, man, I'm logging.
has been practicing for the past 7 years and has worked in subacute rehabilitation, school-based therapy, and in private practice. Currently, she is the founder and lead speech language pathologist at Speech and Swallow Rehab Therapy Services in Kingston, where she treats individuals of all ages using family-centered approach to improving and facilitating functional communication for all. Now, coming to terms with the fact that your child has a speech disorder may be earth-moving experience. Being equipped to deal with the issues is important so that the challenges can be minimized. Not much is known as to what to look for to identify that a child might be suffering from a speech disorder and how, as a parent, to address the challenges. Hence, this workshop will sensitize us as to the issues surrounding speech disorders. So let's get started. Over to you, Ms. Golding.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having me. I must admit, this is my very first time doing a virtual presentation. If anybody knows a little bit about what I do, I spend most of the time in the therapy room. So this is going to be a little bit interesting. And if there are any glitches, please see with me. This is my first time doing this, and I thank you so much for having me. I want to make mention, especially of Mrs. Carlene Deslanders, and also Mrs. Tanisha Miller, who invited me to present today. This is my first time with the Professional Development Institute. Most people wouldn't know, and few may remember who are still there, but I actually used to work at the Early Childhood Commission. I worked there soon after I graduated from Howard University with my undergrad degree, and I worked as an early childhood inspector. Many years later, I decided to go back to school and pursue my master's degree in speech language pathology, and that is why I'm here with you today. So I thank you for having me. I'm going to talk a little bit about speech and language disorders. This is an area that a lot of people are not very familiar with. So I hope to shed light on the information which I will share with you now. Just a moment. All right. So if you give it a moment, a little about myself. I'm a speech language pathologist. I've been practicing for the past 7 years. I worked in subacute care in the United States and long-term care before moving into pediatrics, which I do now in my general practice. I work with people of all ages. Today, for the purpose of this presentation, we will be focusing on understanding and addressing speech and language disorders in children. So let's start here. What do you think about when you hear the word communication? It is truly the cornerstone upon which all relationships amongst human beings are created. So what is communication? Communication is the process of expressing ideas through the exchange of thoughts, messages, or information. So as you can imagine, if there is a breakdown in communication, or if a child who is new to this world, 0 to 3, begins to demonstrate difficulties in language and speech development, then that is of great concern to us as parents and as adults in general. So first, let's look at speech versus language. Speech and language are different, or a child can have problem with both speech and language. Speech refers to the way we produce and say sounds and words, and language, on the other hand, refers to the way we use words to share ideas and convey information. Now, let's look briefly at the components of speech, the components that constitute speech. And I want us to pay specific attention to the differences between speech and language and their components. Speech is made up of articulation, how we make speech sounds using our mouth, or lips, or tongue, or jaw, and or soft and hard palate. And voice, how we use our vocal cords and breath to make sounds. Voices can be loud or soft, low-pitched or high-pitched, harsh, hoarse, raspy, and or breathy. And then there's the other part of speech where we look at fluency, which is the rhythm of our speech. Speech can be smooth or it can be bumpy with repetitions, prolongations, and blocks. Now, I want to make mention of fluency. When we speak about fluency, we're speaking about stuttering, or in Jamaica, as we call it, stammering. Both stuttering and stammering are used interchangeably. Now, let's look at language. Language is broken down into a few components. There is receptive language, which speaks to comprehension of information. There is expressive language, how we use words to convey messages. And then there's the other part of language that ties it all together, which is cognitive communication. So we're thinking about memory, we're thinking about attention, problem solving, perception, organization, and regulation. Now, let's take a look at speech disorders. And we'll look at speech disorders versus language disorders. So first, let's look at articulation disorders. Children have challenges with making sounds in syllables or saying whole words incorrectly, making it very difficult for familiar and unfamiliar listeners to understand what they're saying. So when children are young and they don't quite have the grasp of language yet and vocabulary, it's very cute when they're saying certain words and they say them incorrectly. But if this does not begin to improve over time and their speech is shaped into what sounds like intelligible speech, then this could be a real problem, because we wouldn't want a child at 6, 7, and 8 to still be talking like they're 2 and 3 years old. Now, let's look at the other part of speech disorders, or the other subheading, which is fluency disorders. This includes difficulty in the form of stuttering, as mentioned before, or stammering, where the flow of speech is interrupted by unusual stops, partial words, and repetitions like baby, or prolongations of sound and syllables like water. The next component that makes up speech disorders, or that we think of when we speak of speech disorders, are voice disorders. These are problems that occur in the production of sounds having specifically to do with pitch, volume, or the quality of the voice that may distract the listener from what is being said. These disorders are often related to physiological or medical issues and may cause pain and discomfort to an individual during speech. So if you think about speech, speech is a way we use sounds to communicate what we're saying, and any interruption in that can constitute some type of a speech disorder that may need some attention or evaluation. Let's move on to language disorders. Language disorders include impairment in the expressive language and in expressive language and in receptive language. Expressive language disorders include or speak to difficulty sharing thoughts, ideas, and feelings. A receptive language disorder speaks to difficulty comprehending what others are saying, including responding to questions and following directions. Children begin to learn speech and language from the moment they enter the world. So how does a baby communicate? You see, I wish I could see an audience where I could see a raise of hands of individuals answering this question. But when you do think of a baby communicating, you think of crying. You think of crying because babies don't have vocabulary. So the only way for them to communicate with their mom or dad is to cry. Cry when they're wet. They cry when they're tired. They cry when they're hungry. They cry when they wake up and they don't see anybody and they need to be held. That all constitutes communication, and how an infant communicates before they begin to develop sounds and putting sounds together to produce speech or language. What may a baby be communicating in the first 3 months of life? So as mentioned, they may communicate they're hungry, they're wet, they're tired, they need love and affection, they're scared. These are all things that babies communicate, and they tend to communicate through crying until about between 6 and 12 months when they begin to develop, 1 or 2 or 3 words. All right, let's look at speech and language milestones. Now, this is very important. A lot of people don't spend a lot of time focusing on speech and language milestones. And, 5 years ago, I was a new parent. And because I'm in this field, I felt lucky to know the milestones and know what to look out for. So there were times when family members may have thought, oh, she's not talking yet. Why is she not saying anything? They were worried and I was not, because I knew the milestones. And so I want to share this with you so that you have an idea of what to look for when looking at a child and wondering, could there be a delay in their speech or their language development? Now, I want to caution you because these are milestones and it's a range. So not every child will achieve this specifically within the stipulated range. It may be a little bit outside of the range, but this gives us a general picture of when we could look for some things to begin happening. So let's look at birth to 3 months. Cooing. Birth to 3 months, we begin to see babies coo. They make sounds based on pleasure and displeasure. So they may groan, they may, when a baby is griping, not only will they cry, but they squirm and they make different types of sounds. They also fuss a lot during that period. So this is very normal. Between birth and 3 months, we expect to see a baby smiling when they see familiar faces. And we expect to see that by 3 months, they will startle to loud sound or when someone walks in the room and speaks audibly. Between 4 and 6 months, we expect to see babbling increase. Babbling sounds like ba, da, ma, mostly using bilabial sounds. Bilabial sounds are considered lip sounds. They're usually the first set of sounds that a child begins to produce. And they are the easiest, in my opinion, for a child to produce at that time. Also between 4 to 6 months, they vocalize excitement and displeasure. They make gurgling sounds when left alone and when playing with objects or with you. They move the eye in the direction of sound. That's speaking to their hearing. They respond to change in tone of voice and notices toys that make sounds, or if a nursery rhyme pops up on the television, it may catch their attention. They like to pay attention to music and to sounds. Excuse me. Between 7 and 12 months, we expect to see that babbling has long and short groups of sounds, such as ba ba ba, da da da, ta ta ta. This is usually when parents tend to hear children say mama or dada. Between 7 and 12 months, they imitate different speech sounds modeled. So you can sit your baby on your lap and begin to make these sounds and expect to see them imitate you. They use speech or non-crying sounds to gain and sustain your attention. They have 1 to 2 words, bye-bye, dada, mama. They turn and look in the direction of sound or someone speaking. They listen when spoken to, and they recognize common words like dog, shoe, juice, water. Now, between 12 and 17 months, what we expect to see is that kids will begin to try to imitate simple words. They answer simple closed-ended questions with yes or no, and they move from babbling sounds to jargon. You use single words and some gestures and has a vocabulary of at least 10 words. Could be more, but at least 10 words. Between 18 and 24 months, what do we expect to see? We expect to see that they use more words than gestures, even though their pronunciation may be unclear. Inconsistently, they may use 2-word phrases like more milky, doggy, come doggy, no more, things of that nature. Vocabulary increases now at 24 months, certainly. Between 18 and 24, the word should increase to 20, between 20 and 50 words. Should be no less than 20, but we can see up to about 50 words at that time. They refer to themselves by name. They ask for foods by name. And they identify up to 5 simple body parts. They enjoy listening to stories, and they can answer, what's that question? What's that, doggy? What's that, milky? Now, let's look at 2 to 3 years old. Things begin to get a little bit more interesting, and we see rapid progression and increase in their language and speech and language skill. So they begin to request items by name. They use 3 to 4 word phrases. Vocabulary rapidly grows, as mentioned. They now have up to 250 words. I mean, coming from 50 words, that's a lot. And they typically have this by the time they're 3 years old. They say no often when they mean to say yes, and they exhibit grammatical errors often, and this is perfectly normal. They ask questions like where is, what's doing, and they point to pictures and objects when named. They can identify several body parts and consistently follow single-step directions like put on your shoes, give mommy, go outside, don't do, things of that nature. And some 2-step directions. Some kids can follow 2-step directions very accurately by 3 years old. You may have to repeat 1 or 2 times so they get it, but they can do that. We see where that is normal as well. And they answer where questions consistently by 3 years old. Where did daddy go? Where is the dog? At 3 to 4 years old, we look for them to be able to identify colors. They use more speech sounds, but may distort some of the more challenging sounds. And we'll look at those speech sounds after we go through these milestones so we know what sounds to expect when in our children. Familiar and unfamiliar listeners at 3 to 4 years old should be able to understand at least 70% of the child's speech. 70% of what the child says should be intelligible and understood by both familiar and unfamiliar listeners. They can describe and use various common objects. They express ideas and feelings rather than talk about the environment. And they can express a minimum of 4 word phrases, certainly by the time they're 4 years old. Their sentences become longer and their vocabulary becomes vast. 4 to 5 years old, wow, now we're seeing speech is clear and mostly intelligible to everyone. They use sentences with increasing details. They tell stories and maintain the topic. They describe or explain in sequence how to do a task. For instance, if you ask a child, well, how do you brush your teeth? They'll tell you, oh, put toothpaste on toothbrush and brush and then wash out your mouth with water. They understand complex questions and they answer why questions very accurately. They understand spatial concepts. So spatial concepts tend to do with like where something is in space. So behind, underneath, beside, next to, things of that nature. Excuse me. And then lost items in a they can list, sorry, there's an error there, typo. They can list items in a concrete category. So if you say, I want you to name 10 animals, excuse me, or I want you to name 5 fruits, they should be able to do that at that point. All right, now we're on to speech, sounds, and articulation. Now, in my private practice, I get the question a lot, well, when should my child be able to say this sound because they substitute a W for an R, or they may substitute or omit a sound that should be there in a word. So let's look at the speech sound development, the developmental norms. Now at age 2, we expect to see these sounds in our English language present. The P, P, the M, M, the B, B, the W, W, T, T, D, D, N, N, and H. Speech is 50% intelligible at about age 2 to both familiar and unfamiliar listeners, probably more intelligible to familiar listeners, and they may still omit the final consonant in a word. At age 3, we expect to see sounds K, K, G, G, F, Y, Y, and NG, ing, present in their speech. Speech is 70% to 80% intelligible at this point, should be. Now by age 4, we start to see the L's come in. L can be a very difficult sound to articulate for a lot of children when they're young. The S, sometimes they may overshoot and demonstrate a tongue thrust, or what we call in Jamaica, a list tongue. They should have the J, J, the CH, ch, the V, V, the SH, sh, and the Z, z. Speech at 4 is about 90% to 100% intelligible. And they produce, as mentioned before, 3 to 4 syllable words. By age 5, this is when we start to see most sounds come in and come in accurately, produced accurately. This is the R, and the Z sound, for instance, in measure or pleasure. They should at this time be able to do L blends like blue, glue, flute. And they also should be able to do S blends, snap, slide, space, snake. At 5 years old, the speech should be about 100% intelligible now. They ought to be able to be understood by all listeners. And then finally, by age 6, we expect them to produce the R blends. Now, R blends are like broom, crust. Some of them are leaving me at this moment, but those are examples of R blends. And then they should be able to produce the voiced TH, which is in the, and the voiceless TH, which is bath, the TH in bath, bathroom, or mouth wash. And again, at 6, we expect to see 100% intelligibility, meaning they are understood, by both unfamiliar and familiar listeners. I forgot to mention that should anyone have any questions, I'm not sure if there's a way to leave a question in the chat, but I'll be happy to answer questions at the end of the presentation. Now, let's look at the difference between a delay and a disorder. Speech and language delay. A delay is a delay in the acquisition of speech and language skills when compared to a child's chronological and cognitive/intellectual age pairs. Now, in our profession, we are cautioned to diagnose a child who is between the ages of 0 and 6 with a language disorder. We would have to get a comprehensive case history to determine if it is a disorder, because most times between the ages of 0 and 6, that is critical language development territory, and a lot can happen. So a child may not necessarily develop certain sounds or language skills at 2 or 3, but then by 5 and 6, we see them balloon and begin to catch up. So a speech language delay is only a delay in the acquisition of speech and language skills when compared to other children the same age. For children 0 to 6 with a speech and language delay, they may have exhibited a slower onset of language skills and or a slower rate of progression through the acquisition process. Now, a speech and language disorder. Language is considered disordered when a child continues to demonstrate persistent difficulties acquiring and using language skills below chronological age expectations. So by preschool or school age, which cannot be explained by other internal or external factors. So one of the things, an external factor may be this pandemic. Children have been out of school and they have not been necessarily stimulated or have the privilege to be in a formal education setting where normal communication can be modeled for them. And then they can be stimulated for language development in those types of settings because they're home with grandma or they're home with a babysitter who keeps them clean and fed and happy and safe, but are not interacting with them to promote language development through modeling, through conversation, through dialogue, through showing them how to produce words or doing vocabulary exercises with flashcards and through play. Now, what are signs of a speech disorder? Now, there are a couple of things we think of that could attribute to a speech disorder. So a child that presents with difficulties in motor planning can be as a result of childhood apraxia of speech, which is a neurogenic disorder caused by can be caused by a genetic disorder or syndrome or by stroke or traumatic brain injury. Childhood apraxia of speech, when you speak about motor planning, is the way our brains work to send messages to our articulators to form to form the speech sounds accurately. Now, there's childhood apraxia of speech, but there's also apraxia of speech that adults can have. And this is often attributed, as mentioned, to stroke or to brain injury. Another reason for speech disorder could be caused by dysarthria, which is caused by weakness of the muscles and the muscles used for speech and swallowing as well. Another reason for speech disorder is an articulation or phonological deficit. This could be caused for a number of reasons. Sometimes we don't even know what could cause a child to have an articulation problem that contributes to their speech disorder. We just know that when they produce words, they're not able to produce the sounds as we produce them or as we model them. And it's not that they were sick or that they weren't in school. This is just an issue. Sometimes that's unexplained. And so speech pathologists work with children to improve their ability to produce the sounds needed to produce words in the English language. Now, stuttering. Stuttering can also cause a speech disorder or is a type of speech disorder. Stuttering, and I won't be able to get into the cause of stuttering because there are a number of theories that speech pathologists or that are out there that tells us that stuttering is not caused by any one thing. There could be a family history, it could be a psychogenic reason, it could be because of head injury. There are a number of things that could contribute to an individual stuttering. Now, voice impairment can also cause a speech disorder. And we've spoken about the production of our speech is impacted by the quality of our voice. And in children, even though I certainly don't see this very often, it is something that can certainly happen where children have issues, upper respiratory issues that cause them to have that impact their vocal quality or the function of their vocal cords. Now, signs of a language disorder. We tend to want to assess and do greater investigation for a language disorder when we see a child having trouble understanding what people mean. This is receptive language skill, understanding what people mean when they're spoken to. They have trouble understanding when gestures are used, like shrugging or nodding. And they have difficulty following directions. So you give the child a direction and, you know, I hear a lot of parents say, him know what I mean, man, because him do it sometimes. Sometimes he will listen and sometimes he won't listen. And I caution parents because I said, don't assume that he understands or he or she understands what was said consistently. Sometimes parents won't even realize they give an instruction and they point. And had they not pointed, the child would not have known what they understood what they said. So following directions can be an indicator. They're unable to answer questions. They point to objects and pictures. And they have trouble with turn taking and things that occur very naturally in dialogue with other human beings. You know, knowing when to listen versus when to speak, knowing how to maintain eye contact or look in the direction of the speaker when your name is called. These can be indicators of an issue. Other signs of a language disorder: trouble asking questions, trouble naming objects. They can't tell you the name of an object. They can't use gestures as mentioned before. I'm sorry, some of these are repetitive. Putting words together into sentences and learning songs and rhymes. They have issues doing these things. They have issues using correct pronouns like he, she, or they, us. They have difficulty knowing how to start a conversation and how to keep it going. And They have difficulty changing how they talk to different people and in different places. So for instance, you speak differently to an adult than another child or peer. You can talk louder outside than you can inside. All right. Other causes of a language disorder. No, let's look closely at these. What causes a language disorder? Because that is a question I get very often. What causes a language disorder? Now, these are some causes of language disorders. Other people in the family have a language problem. There's a family history. That's why when someone comes into the clinic, we take an extensive case history so that we know where this could originate from. Maybe they were premature, and so they're already delayed in their development because of that. Low birth weight. There's possible hearing loss. A lot of people may think, oh, my child hearing, because when Coco Melon come on the TV, him run to the TV. Or when the ice cream truck is outside, you see him run to the gate. Yes, your child may be hearing, but what are they hearing? Are they hearing at all frequencies? Are they hearing at frequencies necessary for conversational speech? This is something we need to take into consideration when considering non-progression in their speech and language. Another thing is autism. Still an area, particularly in this country, that is not greatly understood. Down syndrome or Fragile X syndrome, and fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. This is another cause. Stroke, brain injury, and cerebral palsy and Down syndrome. Now, parents said, when should I be concerned about my child? Like, the child is 3 and they have just a few words, or they're 2.5 and they're not talking. Should I be concerned? Yes. Please be concerned. Be concerned because the milestones are there to guide us. And it doesn't mean that, again, caution, doesn't mean your child is disordered. It could just mean that they are a bit delayed. So let's look at birth to 3 months. If the child is not smiling, not interested in playing with caregivers like mommy, daddy, or whoever takes care of them mostly during the day, this should be some cause for concern. 4 to 7 months, you haven't heard anything from your child sits down on the floor or on the play mat and they don't make any sounds, tummy time. You don't hear them babbling, not doing anything, not blowing raspberries. Raspberries look like when the spit is coming out their mouth. They're not doing any of that. Not to say all children do that, but if you're not hearing them babble, no sounds coming from the child. 4 to 7 months, should I be concerned? Yes, be concerned. 7 to 12 months, they're only making a few sounds, not using gestures. Now we're talking 1-year-old, not using gestures like waving or pointing. Not interacting with caregivers much, tend to be more interested in objects, inanimate objects versus, playing with caregivers or siblings. 7 to 2 years, they're not demonstrating understanding of what others are saying, or they do so very inconsistently, like, oh, him defiant, him rebellious, him only listen when him want to. That is an inconsistency that would need to be looked at a little bit more closely. 18 months to 2 years, saying only a few words, say 10 words or less, not saying the sounds that we typically expect to hear at that time, the bilabial sounds, P, B, M, W, and also consonant sound H. In words, most times they're not producing those sounds. Should I be concerned? Yes, be a little concerned. Absolutely. 1.5 to 2 years old, they're not beginning to put 2 words together. Certainly by 2 years old, you're not hearing them stringing 2 words together. juice please, no more, all done, doggy go, fast car. If you're not hearing these types of two words coming together, even if the articulation of the sounds may be a little weird or not, it sounds cute, as we like to say about babies, it sounds so cutie, but they are putting two words together, that's a good thing. But if they're not, should I be a little bit concerned? Be a little bit concerned. By 2 years old, they're saying fewer than 50 words. Maybe they only have 10 words. They said juice, they said come, they said daddy, mama, but mostly they're pointing to requests, or they're taking your hand and they're pointing to the cupboard or to the fridge. They're not requesting verbally, and they're saying fewer than 50 words. Should I be a little concerned? Yes, be a little concerned. 2 to 3 years old, they're not interested in or has difficulty playing and talking with other children. You ever walk into a classroom, and I hate to see this, if they're in, I'm sure there are lots of teachers on the live. If you walk into a classroom and children are over here doing a group activity, 4 or 5 children are doing an activity, and you see one little Johnny or one little Camille over there by herself, not interacting with anybody, nobody's pulling them into the fold. If anybody tries to play with them, they cry or they throw a tantrum or they grab the things and they move away to be further away by themselves. Should I be concerned? Be a little concerned. Be a little concerned. Speak to the parents of the child about your concerns. Now, if by 2 to 3 years old, they're not saying the sounds, are not able to produce K, K, G, G, F, T, T, and D, D, and N, correctly, most times in words, should I be a little bit concerned about their articulation? Be a little bit concerned. And 2 to 3 years old, having challenges with early reading and writing. They're not interested in drawing. They're not interested in no book. You try to sit down. They don't know how to turn the pages of a book. They're not enamored by the pictures in the book. They have no interest in that. Should I be a little bit concerned? Absolutely. Sorry about that ringing phone. All right. So your child has a speech delay. Help. Where do I begin? What do I do? Getting help early is better than waiting. Research has shown the percentage of kids who receive intervention by age 2 improved tremendously in their communication ability compared to those who received intervention far, far later. First, you want to advise your pediatrician of your concerns, particularly during your wellness checkups with your children or your child. If there are any pediatricians or medical doctors on the live, I have way too many people who come to me at a time when I considered very late for intervention because their pediatrician told them to cut and watch it. Or their pediatrician told them, oh, it's nothing, it's fine. Parents, follow your instincts. If you feel like something may be wrong, it doesn't hurt to get a second opinion. It doesn't hurt to have the child assessed. Because then, if something is wrong, you didn't wait, you got intervention early. Document, teachers and parents, document words expressed or behaviors observed in writing or by video to keep track of a child's communication function. So I have people, some parents have clear documentation. They keep a journal. At 8 months, they did this. At 12 months, they began to say these words. They write down the words. They write down the behaviors. I've had parents say to me, these are the words that they had, but then at 20 months, 22 months, they just stopped talking. They stopped talking. They didn't hear anything out of their mouth again. Should I be concerned? Be a little concerned, okay? You want to schedule an audiological evaluation to assess if the child is hearing at all frequencies necessary for speech and language, particularly, particularly the frequencies needed as mentioned for conversational speech, 10 minutes, I got that. Do not assume your child is simply hearing. You want to know what they're hearing. Have you ever tried to talk to somebody underwater? They heard you. What did they hear? Nothing. They heard nothing you said because you're underwater, it's muffled. The child may have an air infection. The middle ear may be filled with fluid. They're not hearing the speech sounds correctly. Get an audiological assessment done. Enroll the child in a small educational setting where they can be focused on, and focused attention can be given to them both independently and in group activities. So you don't walk in a classroom and see little Camille over there by herself the whole day because she's not joining the rest. But a teacher can say, you know what, Camille, let's do this together. Come and join us. Okay, I will sit with you and do it with you so they're not just left alone. Inquire about any special education trained teaching staff that could address the special needs of the child within the education institution. And enroll the child in extracurricular activities and small group activities with same age pairs. Please, parents, if they're mostly home and there are no other children in the complex, in the neighborhood, in the community that they can regularly interact with, play football, have play dates, please ensure that you try to get your child into an extracurricular activity, preferably a team sport. Now, my child has a speech delay, what else do I do? What next? Seek the intervention from a licensed, emphasis on licensed, speech language pathologist. Do not go to someone who says they can provide speech therapy, but they have a degree in physical therapy. I'm sorry, I do not seek clients for physical therapy. My training is in speech pathology. Ensure that you are being seen, your child, this is your child. Ensure that they are being seen by a licensed speech language pathologist, licensed with the council, supplementary to medicine here in Jamaica, or has a current and valid license in the United States, Canada, or the United Kingdom, who has a certificate of clinical competence or something equivalent, depending on the country of licensure. ASLP, speech language pathologist, is a clinician who is trained to assess, evaluate, diagnose, and treat speech, language, and swallow disorders in both children and adults. You also want to seek a hearing assessment. You also want to seek a hearing assessment from a licensed audiologist. And an audiologist is trained to see individuals and assess them for audiological impairment or hearing impairment. All right, how can I help my child at home or in school? You want to talk to your child, you want to read and play with your child or student, listening and responding to what your child says, even if unintelligible, model the speech and language as you would want the child to mimic you. Self-talk and parallel talk. So you want to talk about what you are doing in a child. Mommy is mixing the batter. Mommy is turning on the stove. We're going to put the butter in the pan. Okay, time to pour the batter in the pan. You want to talk about what you're doing. You want to talk about what your child is doing during the day's activities and engagements. You want to use different words with your child to improve vocabulary and model use of words. Have your child regularly play and interact with other children, as mentioned before. Modeling, you want to model, 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 model. I can't say this enough. Model. Do what you want your child to do. Say how you want your child to say something. Tell the child by modeling what you want them to say. Imitation. Teach them to copy you. Simplify. Use short sentences. Repetition. Using words over and over again in different ways in varying situations. Increase the opportunities. So target the same word all day or over a number of days. Increase challenges. So if the child is saying 2 words and they should be saying 3, you want to say 3-word sentences. You want to add a word to what they are already saying. And give 2 choices. Do you want banana chips or do you want Lay's? Let them ask for things verbally. Put things out of their reach so they can't reach it and they have to come to you to request it. And not just pull you on point, but by modeling what you want them to ask for. Model. You want to sing. There's no better way to teach language but by singing. Teach language using song and wait. Please pause and give time to respond. Follow their lead and talk about their interests. Make comments, more statements than questions. Ask open-ended questions like what, where, when, why, instead of the simple yes or no's, and be silly. Get attention and engage the kids with silly, unexpected actions and play-like activity. I've come to the end of my presentation. I know I don't know if I'm a little over time. I saw that there was a question in the chat. If I can figure out how to pull it up really quickly. Okay. Kimmy Doll, what if your 18 months old does not really say much except yes, yes, and dada, mama, but she understood you when you say stuff and try to sing words not too clear, but generally shy. All right. I don't know if the child is yet in school. I would enroll them in preschool. The child obviously has more receptive language skill or stronger receptive language skill than expressive skill. Start to model behaviors. I went over that. Modeling, create more opportunities for language development through engagement with the child and getting the child in around other children. Lorna Heron said, at age 5, should a child be giving Y sound for L sound? The word like the children. At 5, no, Lorna. We should begin to see that L coming strong now at age 5. Certainly by 6, the child could possibly benefit from speech therapy. 10 minutes, Kimmy Doll again. My daughter did that. She used to say juice and what she want, and then she just stopped and said 1 word for both milk, juice, water, and pee. Doctor said to watch it until she's 2. What should I do? Is she in school, Kimmy? Kimmy, my email is on the last slide. Email me at speechtherapyjamaica@gmail, and I will send you what I like to call a little cheat sheet of things that you can do at home with her. And if you want to sit and watch it till she's 2, you can do that, but I hope she's in school. Okay. She said yes. Okay. The child is in preschool. Okay, well, I hope she's getting the added attention that she needs for language stimulation, and create more demand for her, Kimmy Doll. Create more demand and modeling. People take for granted how much modeling is a big deal in language development. So that was all the questions I see. I thank you so much for having me. I hope the information was useful and helpful. I can be reached again at speechtherapyjamaica@gmail.com. And my office number is 301-376-301-3755. Thank you for having me again.
And thank you, Miss Golding. Now, you mentioned that this was your first time presenting online, and I must say you did a great job. You did well. And I am so happy that we could facilitate that platform for you. Now, I also saw in the chat comments such as informative, beneficial, interesting, and I must add that I learned so much from this. My nephew, who is 6 years old, also has a speech disorder, which has not been diagnosed because he can speak in paragraphs and you may get like just two words that actually you recognize. So this is very important. And, unfortunately, doctors do tell you, or specialists do tell you that, oh, just watch it a bit. And we don't want that to happen at all. So now we would have learned so much to take away from your presentation, and we can implement this as we go throughout our classroom with our own families and in our daily lives. So we're able to identify children within our communities or in our surroundings. So thank you so much, Ms. Golding, and thank you to our participants for sharing and being a part of the sessions. And at this time, we're going to take a break and we will return with our next presentation at 3:45 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Are you having fun? Do you feel empowered and encouraged? Are you ready to get started again? Now, I hope your answer has been yes to all these questions because we have been having a wonderful time from morning until now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. Now, Our last session for this afternoon is entitled Literacy in the Early Years. And our presenter for this topic is Mrs. Karen Young Miller. Now, providing children with strong literacy education in early years leads to better outcomes later in life. Children who are exposed to early literacy development are more likely to be academically, emotionally, and socially excellent. When language is developed, children are able to think critically and express themselves confidently. Now, let me tell you a little bit about our presenter before we get started. Mrs. Young Miller is the cluster-based literacy specialist in the literacy unit in Region 4. She's a past president of the Jamaica Reading Association and currently president-elect for the Jamaica Literacy Association. She's a volunteer, author, mother, and wife. She's a proud graduate of the Sam Sharp Teachers College, where she received a secondary diploma in English language and social studies. She continued her professional training at the University of the West Indies, where she obtained an honorary degree in literacy study and her master's degree in administrative leadership. Mrs. Miller also successfully completed leadership studies with the National College of Educational Leadership. She has been in the position of cluster-based literacy specialist since 2018. However, she has spent 20 years in the classroom working assiduously to improve the lives of her students by creating innovative programs and promoting various literacy initiatives to bring about positive changes in their lives. Mrs. Miller is a true volunteer as she serves on several boards, such as the National Association for Teachers of English and ANOVA Foundation for Reading Teachers. In fact, Mrs. Young Miller is the founder and CEO for the ANOVA Foundation for Reading Teachers, where she seeks to collaborate with various stakeholders to improve the lives of people through literacy development. She is a self-published author of stories such as Big Willie, The School's Bully, and A Jamaica Day I'll Never Forget. She is the mother of 3 beautiful children. I don't want to spoil their names, so let me not call it. And a devoted Christian who is very family oriented. As one of Jehovah's Witnesses, she finds time to give the minimum of 3 hours every Saturday to share the good news about a better life and future under God's kingdom. Let's get started. Over to you, Mrs. Young Miller.
Okay, thank you very much. I am very elated to be in this audience this afternoon, and I take time out to say that being amongst you, I feel so honored because of the foundation that you colleagues that have set, the parents and all the stakeholders that are involved. Without the proper foundation, we know that the building would have been shaky. And so I commend you all for your efforts. And as we collaborate as a nation to make nation building, and we look forward to successes of programs such as these. So this afternoon, I'll be looking at early reading, getting off to a good start, which is quite important for us at the literacy unit. And even at the tertiary level, we find that the foundation that is set here is what really carries our students. Now, today we are going to be looking at some foundational skills. I will mention a few of them, but I will go in depth with at least 2. Oral language, for example, and phonemic awareness are the 2 that I will be looking at in depth. However, we want to also acknowledge the fact that alphabet knowledge, concept of word, and concept of print are really essential as it relates to the foundational skills that early literacy requires. Now, these skills, as the students enter grade 1 and they are assessed using we call it the GOILP. This GOILP test is what the students' readiness for grade 1 is used to assess. And so these are the key areas that we expect early childhood to be looking at so that as the students transition into grade 1, they will come over capable. Now, when we talk about alphabet knowledge has to do with the names, knowing the names and the sounds that are associated with the letters of the alphabet. Very simple. And these are things that you would have been doing on a daily basis. Now, it is quite important that as we do this, we just don't allow the students to recite it in a song or just recite it for fun. Now, we know that students generally get the gist of saying their ABCs by saying A, B, C, D, E, F, and we go on. But we also want to make it meaningful for the children so that it sticks. So as they make the association, they are able to ascertain a sound without even looking at a letter. That's how much we want for the students to become familiar with alphabet knowledge. Now, this is also defined as the relationship between phonology and orthology. So the sound in speech, and the spelling pattern, that association. Alphabet knowledge also has to do with matching the phonemes, the smallest units as it relates to grapheme. Grapheme has to do with the written symbol. So the letters, what is the smallest unit of sound? When we blend them, we'll get more than one sound coming out. And we talk about syllabification a little later. But all of this is important as the students get to know what the letters are like, what the sounds that they make, how many sounds one letter may make, things of those nature. We also want for the students to understand the concept of words. Now, the concept of words has to do with the ability of these students to match the spoken words to the written words. And so when we talk about sight words, when we talk about high frequency words, these are some of the words we want our students to be able to quickly recognize as they get into the concept of word. This is going to develop their fluency level. It's also going to help to develop their ability to read and to some extent their comprehension levels. And we'll talk some more about that as we interrelate all these concepts when we look further at how best to get our children reading and setting the foundation at this level. Now, the concept of print is something that students are fully aware of as they interact with books. Now, understanding that print carries meaning helps the children to make association with what the content is, what the symbols are in the book, and to get the full understanding of the book. Now, as it relates to a book, we at our adult stage, we take it for granted because we take up a book and automatically we know which order to turn the book in. We know, depending on the title, what might be the book. But we need to get our students to understand that taking up a book, it is important for them to understand the different parts of the book, how they should hold the book. So we don't read from back to front, as in some Asian lands. We want our students to understand that when they take up the book, they start from the front and they flip, flip, flip. So it's important that we get our students to understand the concept of print, and this can only be done if they are interacting with the book. Now, let us look keenly at oral language. And what we're going to find is that with the oral language, many of our students, as they leave the early childhood situation, if the oral language is not developed, they are going to have issues as they engage in the grade 1 and beyond. Now, oral language is a foundational system that is used throughout spoken words to express one's knowledge, to express ideas, to express feelings. Now, many of our children have issues with oral language because there are some children that are not engaged fully in the home setting. And so we have to deliberately create these opportunities as they enter early childhood, as they enter the classroom, and as they engage with the teacher and their fellow students. Now, gone are the days when our students were told children should be seen and not heard. Wouldn't you agree? Most definitely. So oral language is developed based on the fact that our children are allowed to express express themselves. Now, we allow our children to express themselves in such a way that they will ask questions, they will share, if they're watching the cartoon, they will share what they're understanding from it. All of these parents are skills that will help our children to develop oral language. In the classroom setting, we use various strategies to actually engage our students in oral language. But those same skills can be developed right there at home, right there in the community, right there at church. And we also want for the children to be able to express themselves not only to their peers, but respectfully to adults. All of this is a part of developing the oral language. So let us look. 1, respond and expand. Respond and expand. So sometimes you will give the children some instructions and the children may want clarification. That's a form of expansion. 2, talk about what you're doing. Don't just engage the children without explaining to them what the process is, why this is important. Getting the children to understand these things. These are very critical as it relates to building their understanding of words, the meaning that come with the words, and the circumstances. Now, each child's background is going to be different. And so as we engage the children, we really want for our children to understand that what they bring to the table is important. Every child has an experience to share. No matter how limited the experience may seem to you, it is something new for the other child that each child interacts with. And so as these children interact with each other, they build a little community in which they can communicate freely and they share experiences. We speak of the vicarious experience as we allow our students to learn from each other, to learn from text, to learn from what they watch on the television. All of these vicarious experiences that they learn help to build their oral language as they explain and relate to what is being said and what is said. Now, providing prompts that will help our students to promote oral language. What are some prompts that we can provide? Now, as you engage with the children, you may have circle time in the classroom where you can ask the children specific questions as it relates to the higher order thinking. Now, when we talk about developing critical thinking is developed from as early as the child can respond to you. In fact, as early as the child can understand you. So as babies, sometimes we speak to the children and we see them respond either with a smile, or you may have something, particular color, and you may dangle. And from there, you realize that the child is receptive. Once the children are receptive, we can start to develop their oral language skills. We really want for our children to understand that it is okay for me to speak, it is okay for me to develop the things that I'm thinking. Share your ideas, expound on it. Now, in the classroom setting, the teacher can have conversation stations. The conversation stations are simple yet very intriguing. Now, say for example, you have your students and let's say because of COVID, you're forming small groups. And so the students are socially distanced in small groups of 3 or 4. In those small groups, the students will have small conversations, might be one topic, but the conversations will be different. What will make them different? Their experiences. So as they share, a child that lives in the rural area versus a child that lives in the urban area, they will both interchange and have similar ideas, but with a different background. Conversation stations, very effective, very simple. However, we need to engage our students and create these opportunities for them. wordless picture books. Now, how do we develop oral language using a wordless book? It is important that as we engage the children with the pictures in the book, we allow them to share their interpretation. Now, it's important that we do this because from your eyes, you will be seeing something totally different from a child's mind, a child's point of view, a child's eyes will see things that you will not see. Not the 2020 vision, no, but the child is going to interpret based on their experiences. You will get the child talking about what is in the book, sharing their point of view. How would you want to end this story? Things like those. Now, when we look at these instructional strategies, I'm going to just share these, but we will look in depth at how we can use at least 2 of these in an interactive way in the classroom to develop the children's oral language. Now, see it and say it. As the name suggests, you allow the children to see something. You can have I Spy games, and they will tell you what it is. Making connections with concrete things in the environment. The picky puppet, that's a very interesting one. Now, the picky puppet is a little puppet that is very picky, who picks on specific things in order to assess the student's knowledge. Now, let me pause to say this as I speak of assessing the student's knowledge. Now, we do not want to take it for granted that as our students engage in playful learning, that the only thing they're doing is having fun. Because when we look at these assessment tools, we realize that the instructional strategies actually assess the children's skills as they engage. Now, for example, the see it and say it. What they see is recognition, making association, and that is something that is tested. How they are able to speak. So the fluency will come out. Do they know the name of the article? What association did they make? If they misinterpreted what the article might be used for, things of those natures. So it is assessing the children's skills as they go along. Now, story retelling. Story retelling is very powerful because with the story retelling, we get to understand the child's perspective of what is being read. So we may share with the students Little Red Riding Hood, but then the child, in being engaged in the story retelling, may give you a different perspective of how the story may have went, or they may share an ending of the story that is more pleasing to them. Now, it tells you that the child is thinking critically when this happens. When our children are thinking critically, we will know based on the questions they ask, based on the perspective they share, and we will know the gaps in which to help these children. So the children's learning gaps that are developed are not necessarily lack of interaction in the classroom, but lack of interaction with the world, not the open world, but the environment in which they are living should prepare them for the world itself. We want to have a print-rich environment for our children. Now, in this print-rich environment, we're exposing them to the world. So our children will not need to visit China to know what China is like. Our children may not need to ride on a train to know what a train is like. And so when we expose the children through books, through text, through audio, visual, through images on a poster, through conversation, we get our children to meet the world and meet it in a safe and secluded manner. Now, 60-second talk. What's that? Now, as our students engage in talk, we want to give the students at least a minute to share. Now, initially, some children being shy, not being exposed to oral expressions at home, frequent oral expression in their home environment, you're going to find that sometimes the children will struggle within the first 30 seconds. Now, we do not want to frustrate our children. So through practice, over time, our children should be able to meet this 60-second talk to express themselves, to go beyond a one-word statement, a one-word sentence, water. Sometimes that's a sentence for our children. So we want to go beyond this. So we give them what we call the 60-second talk. The picture discussion, similar to the wordless book, and the show and tell, similar to see and say. Now, the difference with the see and say is the fact that show and tell gives the children the opportunity to share something that they personally want to show. So their favorite toy could be a pet's day. They bring a bird, a goldfish, depending on the circumstances. But we allow our children to share their world and open their world to us. When they are able to share their world, they are more comfortable, so they have more to say. Now, phonemic awareness. What's the difference between the phonemic awareness and the phonological awareness? Many persons generally ask that question. And so when we look at phonemic awareness, we really are looking at the minimal sound that the students should know. Phonemic awareness. Now, let's try these. What order will we put these in? Put these terms from the smallest to the largest in terms of the order. I will pause for 30 seconds, then we will discuss. Is there anyone here that would love to say what order this would go in? All right, so let us look at them. So the phoneme, what would be the phoneme? What's the order? Would it be the phoneme first, or would it be the word? So the order in which we go: phoneme, onset and rhyme, syllable, word, and then sentence. Yes, you were correct. So we start our children off with the smallest unit, the phoneme, then the onset and the rhyme, two parts of the word, front and the back, onset and the rhyme, and then the syllables, then the word. And from the word, we will develop sentences. Now, it's important for our children to know this and to learn this. And when we talk about learning it, we're not talking about the concepts, colleagues or stakeholders. We are looking at how best our children can learn how to interact at the different stages to develop their sentence construction capabilities. Because truly, that is where we want our students to go. Now let's look at these definitions. Let's see if we can match them quickly. So, phonics. Is it the separation of words into phonemes? Can I get a little interaction from the two ladies that are here?
Okay, so there are currently no comments just now in the chat. It does take a while. I think that we have a word delayed by a few seconds.
Understandably.
Right.
All right, so we're waiting a few seconds to see if you will match the definition with the concept. Anything yet?
Nothing at this time. So.
All right, so let's go through together. So what is phonics? Let's find the definition. You want to work with me, Mrs. Francis?
Hello?
Do you want to work with me? Let's find
Sure.
Right. What is phonics? Let's look. Is it the smallest unit of language, a speech sound? We would really love if the audience could participate. Continuous sound, what's that? Segmentation. How do we get the children to segment?
It may take a while to come up because currently, yeah.
All right, good.
From what I am seeing on the YouTube page, they would have just been at the let's try this.
Oh, yes, I get you. All right, so we want to look at segmentation. So segmentation is the separation of words into phonemes. So we start matching our definition here. The separation of words into phonemes, that's segmentation. What's the ability to hear and manipulate the sounds of spoken words? The ability to hear and manipulate the sounds of spoken words. And then we have the part of the word before the vowel and the part of the word including the vowel and what follows it. That one is pretty easy. And then we look at the use of the code of sound symbol relationship to recognize the words. A sound that can be stretched out without distortion. And finally, the smallest unit of language, a speech sound. You know, we would have given that one away already. Anything yet?
Still nothing at this time.
All right.
Let me refresh.
So as we're gonna do this one. So the separation of words into phonemes, that one is segmentation. And the ability to hear and manipulate the sounds of spoken words, we're looking at the phonemic awareness there. The part of the word before the vowel and the part including the vowel that follows, that's the onset and the rhyme. And using the code of sound symbol relationship to recognize words, that's actually phonics. Sound that can be stretched out without distortion is continuous sound, and the smallest unit is the phoneme. So there you have it. Now, I really want for you to go back and engage with these. Now, a strong reading foundation is built on phonemic awareness. It's important for us to realize that. Now, for the phonemic awareness, if the students are not having sufficient practice, then they will not develop automatically. And that is very important for them. So one of the things that sometimes we need to do, instead of saying A, B, C, you probably need to say A, B, K. So we help understand the different sounds that they will hear from the letters so that it is easier for them to make that letter association. Now, as a teacher, what should I know? What does a lack of phonemic awareness look like? And what are some of the practical ways that I can build phonemic awareness in my students? Now, what should I know as a teacher? The definition of what phonemic awareness is the relationship between phonemic awareness and the early reading skill, the developmental continuum of phonemic awareness skills. Phonemic awareness skills are more important when they are taught. And so when we look at the features of the phonemes and the tasks that influence these difficulties, it helps to help the children to make the connection easy. So the teachers need to know this in order to develop these things in the children. What the terminologies mean. It's important for our teachers to understand the difference between these. And that is how we did that activity before. Now, what should our teachers be able to do? Now, you really want to assess the phonemic awareness and to diagnose the difficulties. When we talk about diagnosis, we know the limitations as it relates to doing a diagnosis of children who may probably have special needs and other learning difficulties because of not having that sort of specialization. We can use our teacher intuition to assume that something is a fix. And so as we do that, we will be able to pull from the children what these little symptoms are indicating so that we can make our referrals. So you don't necessarily diagnose the child to say that, all right, so this child is dyslexic or this child is autistic. That's not our capabilities. That's not what you are trained to do. But you should be able to diagnose some of these things in order to inform your parents, inform the stakeholders as we do the recommendations, as we do the referral, so that we can correct these issues before the children move on to the primary level. These are critical. Now, producing speech sounds accurately. As teachers, we need to pronounce these sounds correctly. Sometimes we have the influence of the American sounds, which may differ from the British sounds. And so we may find that letters such as Z, we may say Z. What sound does it make? What sound does the X make? These are important. We also find that many of our students, as they hear the letter sound that they know, the drills that they go through, sometimes these drills, the letters such as B, P, what sounds do they make? Is it B, B? So we have those issues that need to be corrected right now throughout the system, whereby sometimes we are drilling the children and we don't realize that you may be repeating this drill and the children are catching on to more than just that drill. Because as you say, you are not saying the letter sound B, but you're actually doubling up the B with another vowel, with a vowel attached to it. So these are critical areas that as teachers we need to be cognizant of, and then we need to know, reproduce as we go in with the students. How do I correct the P sound? It's not P. So the children need to understand these things, and it starts with the teachers. So don't take it for granted that when we share this information and we're saying teachers need to know the correct speech sounds, and we are speaking in a vacuum. These are experiences that we're having. And so as the children know, sound out these letters to create the word sound is not correct, because as they do so, they affix other letters or they affix vowels to some of these. Now, developmental, they should be able to use developmental continuum in order to select and design the instruction.
Now we want for the teachers to understand that. All right. So if we start off with explicit instruction, at some point we need to include some whole language that we can pull these sounds from. So the children need to see the words in context, they need to see the words in action in order for them to make the overall connection of a letter sound as it relates to a particular word or words that it might be used in. Select examples according to the complexity of the skills, the phonemes, the word type, and of course, the learner experience. So our children, as they interact with us, you need to learn who your students are. Which one of your students are able to now read strings of words as opposed to the ones that you will have to help to syllabicate in order to get the word sound, or they may have to just learn how to actually put the sounds together in order to make the sound. So again, colleagues, knowing your students, it's important. The learner experience, what are they coming with? Do they already know some sounds from home? Do they already know some words? What are they coming with? So as we plan in terms of the developmental continuum, we're looking at the complexity of how we're going to prepare, and this ties in exactly with the examples that we will share. So we want to challenge our students, not to stress our students. Model and deliver these sounds from your lessons. Model and deliver. So do not just share with the students an audio from YouTube. We want for you to engage the students. We want for you to create a little sandbox for the students. So as they do that, as they air write, you are getting the students, you're modeling, you're getting the students to make the connection, the S sound and the D. What's the difference between the D and the B, the reversal, all of those things. It's an integrated approach that you have to take so that the children, as you deliver this, the children will understand that, okay, so the B as a what? Is it a belly or a bottom? So we use those to help them make small connections, using them within the safe context for them to understand. I am using my body parts to learn words. I am using my arm to form the shape of a particular letter. Engage your students, not just by sound, but also kinesthetically and also using the tactiles. Tactiles will always help your children to make the connection as they remember their letter sounds. Now, evaluate the design of your instructional material. So as I just spoke about the variety, am I using only cartridge paper? Am I using sandpaper sometimes for them to feel the rough texture? Am I using a piece of satin? Things like those. Evaluate the design. What are my lessons like? Are they only sit down and read lessons? Do I only do read aloud? What do you do? Examine your design. Evaluate the effectiveness of your lessons. Now, we need to understand that as our students struggle with lack of phonemic awareness, it causes the students to be unable to group words with similar or dissimilar word sounds. So the rhymes, the children won't be able to identify the rhymes. They won't be able to split the words into syllables. They won't be able to blend the sounds of the words to get a word. So these are some of the things that we need to develop, colleagues, as we build our students' phonemic awareness. Detecting and manipulating sounds within words. It's important that we do this. So as they sound the words, they should be able to hear the individual sounds or the blends or the clusters as they engage.
Our students need to learn with every single sense that they have. So if you are stimulating them in the classroom, you cannot have just cartridge papers for them to use. That's the essence of it. We need to have interactive materials for the students to now engage and for them to also assess their own learning as they engage with these materials. How will they assess? Your students should be able to ask you questions. Teacher, why is this material so soft? Things like those. So we know that the students are developing a sense of awareness of what is happening as they engage in the learning. Now, 5 simple activities to help build the phonemic awareness of our students. Funny rhymes. Why is this important? Now, we would have spoken about the lack of phonemic awareness, what it would have caused if our students do not engage in building the rhymes. Now, we also have another activity that you can put as a part of your intervention, matching the rhyme. So you have your students engaged in using cards. So you may have words on cards. You may have these words on a piece of cloth. You may have them on a fudge stick, and you can just vary the methods in which you use. Now, when the students are able to match these rhymes, you're actually developing the phonemes in these students. Another thing that is important as the students match the rhymes, they should be able to identify words readily. And these words such as am, at, these are words that they will use frequently. And so these will be referred to as high frequency words as they develop those minimal words, and as they increase their reading level, they will find more words, high frequency words that they will meet upon, that these words are actually the foundation of reading. So the many words that they meet on, those are the foundation of reading. Many of us will realize that the Bible, as simple as the Bible is, the Bible has the most sight words in any book, right? So we need to allow our children to recognize these little things from early, the ah. These are going to help them as they develop their reading. Clap it out. How do they play that game? So as we teach them the phonemes, they need to know clap as they hear the syllables. Now, it is okay if our students can understand the rules, while some students may not readily understand how the rules apply to syllabication. And so what we do is to engage them in clap it out. Very simple, but very effective. Now the clap it out, when the children are able to break the syllable, break the word into syllables, and to clap when they hear a syllable, we know that our students are on their way. So clap it out, very effective, very simple, but very effective. We also have guess that word. Now, the guess that word is something like the I spy. And so we get our children to guess the word as they break it into syllables, as they break it into individual sounds. So the CVC words, consonant, vowel, consonant. Those are some of the words that we can get our children to make the sounds, individual sounds, put them together, and then we can ask them, guess that word. The noise markers. No, the noise markers are little dots or little lines that we will put on the specific letters to indicate to them where to stress the word, where to stress the letter sound. I'm sorry, not the word, where to stress the letter sound. And so our students, as they engage, they will be involved in the learning process recognizing where to break the word, making the connection with the break, understanding where they would actually segment and where they would put together letters or clusters of letters that will assist them in making a word. Now, it's important for us to build the foundation, the literacy skills, and this is what will help our students succeed. Now, if we take it for granted that our students come to us understanding that this is what they're supposed to do, we are wrong. We have to build that foundation. And we build the foundation by deliberately planning for these children. Explicit instruction is important. Explicit instruction is important. But we also need to have a whole language approach, whereas we do our circle time, our story time, we allow our children to interact with these words, these phonics words in the story, and that will help them to make the connection and understand how words are used within a word and meanings that they have. So colleagues, we will pause here for a while, and I am going to ask for a few questions at this point. Give me some feedback as I go through the presentation. Let me know. How are you feeling as it relates to your classroom? Do you think your students are ready? What are some of the challenges you're having? As we look at this presentation, what are some of the specific instructional strategies do you think you can use? Ms. Francis?
Okay, so hi. I am seeing a comment here that says very good presentation. Misconception regarding the P and B was highlighted. So
Yes.
that's something that stood out. Somebody made mention of child-friendly classrooms and also very good presentation. So we see that coming out. The information shared is widely accepted for practitioners because they themselves say that they do have challenges in terms of deciphering the literacy concepts that you would have presented on.
Right.
So at this time, there are no questions currently. You could give it a few more minutes to see if anything pops up.
Right.
Yes.
Now, while we wait for the questions, there are some exercises that we can engage our students with. I will share those with you, Ms. Francis, as
okay.
Really would not want to go beyond the time that we're allotted. So I will share that with you, and you can put on your website for the teachers to actually pull down and use these activities. Now, when we talk about the oral drill, and I should emphasize to colleagues that when we look at the whole language approach to learning phonics, to learning oral language, all of these are embedded in a story. And it's important that we understand the power of the story time or the circle time, as it is called. Now, when you have this opportunity to get your students' rapt attention, you need to capitalize on these opportunities. Because what you're going to find is that your students, as they listen, you need to also pose questions at the different levels for them. So they are learning about story elements right there. You can pull on a word. What do you think this word means? You're building their vocabulary. Now, when you ask the higher order questions, what do you think? That's a higher order question stem. What do you think? If you were, what would you do? Those are higher order questions that actually develop the oral language, and not just the oral language, but the critical thinking of the child. And that is why I really love to mention that as you do explicit instruction at this level, which is critical for our children, you must do explicit instruction. But you must couple that up with the whole language approach as you get the students to engage. Now, the concept of print. If you're using the big book, allow the students to come and touch the words. Concept of print is being reinforced right there. Give them the opportunity as you read. Turn the book. Allow the students to look at the picture, to follow in their minds, sequencing. So all of these skills are coming out in these activities. So it is reinforcement that is being done at that level. Now, the oral drills that I mentioned earlier, as it relates to concept of words, concept of print, we're not focusing on that, but I do not like to make presentations in isolation. And so as we look at this, what we can actually do is to present our students on a PowerPoint, using that as an example. It could be on a chart, but the children are techno children at this stage. And so we want to make it a little fascinating for them. So we put it on our laptop and we have a slide or two. And what we do is we can put short phrases on these slides. So you may put a phrase such as, the bag is. The bag is. You can either use this to help the children to identify the word bag, break it up into sounds, call the word. You can help them to identify different high frequency words, sight words, build their sight words as they start to read. But you are also developing the oral language, because as the students read these phrases, you are giving them now an opportunity to express themselves and build a sentence. So the bag is, Mary, could you complete this phrase for me? Mary might just say the bag is big. John, could you complete that phrase for me? John might say the bag is black. The bag is on the desk. The bag is at home. And so you find that your students, they are, depending on their capabilities, their abilities, they will now develop sentences and they learn to express themselves. So you do not have that shyness as the students transit from one kindergarten to grade level to the other. So they're leaving KG4, going over to KG5. These are expressions that they use at home. We also want to look at multi-step instruction as we develop the oral language. And when I talk about the multi-step instruction, I don't know if you have this experience whereby you may say to a child, Mary, take the bag off the desk. And Mary is looking around and Mary is not moving. Do you have that experience? No, I am assuming you're saying yes. And if you're saying no, kudos to you. But many of our children, we would have said this in the onset of the presentation, they are not provided with opportunities at home to lift something from somewhere to put somewhere else. No, it's not child labor. It's actually developing their listening skills, allowing them to follow instructions, simple instructions, and also for them to make the connection with instructions that are given. So they're told to take the bag from the table. Do they know a table? Do they know what a bag is? We cannot take it for granted. Now, if you can recall, colleagues, the children, when they go to clinic, the nurse at the clinic will ask them certain questions. And so we would have done presentations also to these health practitioners, what to look out for as they look at the children are developing normally. These are some of the routines that you need to have in your classrooms so that the children will develop little literacy routines, little instructional routines. So you can play a little game where they will search around the classroom for specific things. Allow them. these opportunities, because if it is not developed at home, they are going to have a challenge functioning in the world. I'm sorry about that, the tongue twister there. So we really want to create the environment, not just the instructional aspect of it, but the psychosocial aspect should be coming out in our learning as we plan for our children. It helps to develop their holistic development, leaving kindergarten, going to grade 1. Now, I spoke earlier about the GOILP, which is the grade 1 profile. I might have missed out a word, but just to give you a gist of it. And when we look at the grade 1 profile assessment, as it tests the readiness of the children, they are not testing the content level. I should point this out. It's not how much the child knows in terms of reading. That is not what is being tested. Because the test, what it does is to check if the child is able to identify and call his or her own name. Does the child know his or her parent's name? So these are life skills that they are testing to see if the child is ready for learning. So as we engage our children, make the opportunity meaningful, make the experiences meaningful, integrate a lot in your lessons so that you're not just looking at how they write, but you're also looking at the formation. You're identifying where the reversals are. These are things we would want to correct at the early level. Correcting these things here will set them off to a better foundation. So colleagues, I pause for now. I will share with you these activities that you can actually use with the students. There's also another activity that would come under the oral language that I'm going to share. It's really like a 3-lesson activity, and that is why I would not have presented that today to take me over the hour. But this is something that you can do with your children as they engage in the story time. I share these with you, colleagues, because I really want for you to understand the importance of developing the oral language, phoneme, and integrating all the other skills. If we are able to do this, we would have done the world for these children at this level. So colleagues, I applaud you again, and I do commend you for all that you have been doing. Continue to do your best at the early childhood level as you present them to us at the grade 1 and beyond. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, Mrs. Young Miller. So I have a few comments and questions here I am going to share with you. So Miss T says, excellent presentation and very good ideas to develop their phonemic awareness. Lorna Aaron asked the question, some students are able to break the words, but find it difficult to hear the word. Why is that so?
All right, I love that question, because sometimes we have students where the parents will say, but the child is reading. And when they come to school, they will make it seem as though the teacher is not reinforcing what they would have taught at school, at home rather. But what we need to understand is that sometimes the children are able to memorize certain things, but not internalize. So the children would have memorized these sounds and they would have been able to break it, but they have not internalized the word itself as yet. And so they have not made that connection that I've been speaking about. We need to help the children to make the connection. Remember, I said to you at the onset, when you are looking at the ABC, sometimes we need to not say the letters, but say the sounds with them. So as the students say these sounds and they are able to blend the sounds together, then they will understand how they get this word. So it's the internalizing, it's the connection, it's meaning that the students are lacking. Some of the students at the early childhood who are able to read, what you will also find when you're doing your story time, the more advanced ones, they will call words, but they are not able to comprehend what it is saying. And so if you ask them a question about the story, though they were able to call the words, they are not able to tell you who was their favorite character in the story because really they did not make that connection. So it's the same thing with the sound. We need to help them to make the connection. And the drill that I explained to you earlier, that's a good way of helping them to make the connection. So they say these sentences, and you pull from the sentence those words that they would have broken down into sounds, and just help them to do vice versa, that activity, so they make those connections.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. So Kenisha Powell is asking you to pronounce the sounds for X and Z.
All right. So when we talk about the X, that is one of the tricky letters that many persons have a challenge with. And when we go on the internet, sometimes we find not the sounds, but the letters being repeated. So for example, the Z, it is not Z, because what we're actually doing is stretching out that Z. That's the American sound. So Z, as in zipper, not Z. And for the X, now the X, most times the X will say its name. Sometimes the X as a sound. So I hope that answers the question.
Okay, I hope it does.
Right. Sometimes the X will say its name, but it really has a sound.
Right. All right. I'm not sure if this was a question or a comment. In open-ended questions also help to develop oral language skills.
Excellent. So
yes.
The open-ended questions are the same higher level questions. So when we talk about questionings, questions come in different types and different levels. We have the literal level, we have the inferential level, and the evaluative level. And the open-ended questions are those fall in the evaluative level. Now we focus on these mostly when the children go over into the primary setting. But it is important that we start from early with the children. Now, many times we would have given them some literal level questions. So that's the minimal level questions. And these questions could be, what is the name of the girl, or how many persons are in the story, things like those. Those are literal level questions, close-ended questions. So they can either just tell you or they don't know. Now, the open-ended questions give them the opportunity to explain. So this is where you're going to ask them, if you were the little girl in the story, what would you do? Have you ever traveled on a train? To where? Explain some more about it. So the explain on that now would be the open-ended part, where they get to express themselves.
Okay, thank you for that. I have a comment here from S. Cunningham. She states that I believe that as EC practitioners, we rely heavily on using videos with letter sounds that sounds completely different from our Jamaican sound, and we need to create our own resources. So she would have just got for what you're saying.
I love that. I love that. And that is how I got into self-publishing, because I started off teaching really slow students, and they just could not relate to some of the pronunciation and the materials that were being used. And so when we look at the story, for example, in the earlier days, before we were really introduced to the ministry's IDRI, which is the informal reading diagnostic test, we used to use the micro test. And persons who did not have access to the micro test but would have gone and studied, they would have used what we call the beta, or the beta assessment, where we use that because it is American based, I can remember one particular asset in that dealt with using salt to melt the ice. I myself had some trouble in making the connection because I don't normally use salt to melt the ice. And so our students sometimes they miss the mark. We do not expose them to enough local material. The fact that our students are coming to us being dominant Creole speakers, and we cannot deny this, colleagues, that our students are dominant Creole speakers. Even if they are able to speak along the continuum, the English language continuum, we still have the Creole interference. Even as adults, we have that situation because it's our mother tongue. And so if you are frightened, the first thing you're going to do is to respond probably in your mother tongue. Because it's natural, it's innate. And so as our children are exposed to local materials, local alphabet sounds that the teachers will make. So teachers, the phone is right there. Record yourself. You're going to focus on letter C or letter D. You want for your students to hear the sound dog. Sometimes we listen to some of these YouTube videos and dog, so many odd sounds. So our students are not able to make the connection with the letters. And so we have to get to that stage where we prepare our little materials. You prepare a little PowerPoint. The PowerPoint is set up in such a way now. Right at the top of the PowerPoint, there's a little microphone. You record yourself. And right there, you have your presentation for the day. Colleagues, I implore you. You have it in you. You are the foundation for the children. And if we're going to allow the external materials to spoil what they learn, we are going to have that challenge where everything that you teach is eroded by the time they go back on the internet. So let us see how much we can create this and use it in our classrooms.
Okay, awesome. So just a few comments. I'm getting great presentation. I could listen to her all day and very interesting, very informative. And for that, Mrs. Young Miller, we want to thank you for sharing with us on such a delicate topic and for bringing insights. Well, unfortunately, we weren't able to get that interaction that we needed because of the delay, but you delivered well. So thank you so much for being with us today. And I also want to thank our participants for engaging in the chat and for being present for this session. Now we would have made it to the end of the second day of our Professional Development Institute. And I just want to invite our guests to join us again tomorrow as we continue with day 3. And at this time, I want to say good evening. And that's it for today. Thank you.
Thank you all for having me. Bye, teachers. You're doing a great job.
One